All right, let's try this again. Can you guys hear me? Turn my mic down, please. Too loud. What up, y'all? So apparently, OBS had this really massive update. One of them includes multi-video or something like that. It allows me to I guess increases the quality for those who have the bandwidth to be able to use or take advantage of that. So I don't know how it looks on Twitch right now, if it's any better, any worse, or whatever. I don't think it's going to affect. Actually, it might affect YouTube more than Twitch because YouTube doesn't have as many restrictions there in that sentiment. But Apache with the sub, appreciate you, man. It won't work on Twitch. I mean, it was saying it would technically. I think who was it? It was Maximilian, dude. I don't know if you guys know who Maximilian dude is, but apparently he tried streaming in 4K on Twitch, and then I think he went down to 1440p the next stream following. And of course, obviously, if you have the bandwidth to do it, apparently you can watch it and watch it then. I think it was just a test experiment. I don't think he kept it with it, but I heard if you play D3, it fixes itself. Apache, appreciate the sub. 12 months in a row. By the way, I normally don't put this type of plugin, by the way, but I'm going to do it because I think it benefits y'all as well as myself. But more so, it's a benefit both ways. So I don't know if you all know, but Twitch runs this Partner Plus program or whatever. And those who are partners can enter the Partner Plus program. And there's two different levels. First level is basically 60-40 split. So right now, all creators basically get a 50-50 split. So if you subscribe, whether that's Prime or regular subscription, Twitch or Amazon takes 50% of it. So I get half, Amazon gets half, right? If I manage to somehow get hold 100 subs for 3 months straight. And what I mean by 100 subs, I mean like 100 subs that isn't a gifted sub or a Prime sub. Then apparently I get a 60-40 split after 3 months in a row. So let's just say May and June were pretty easy because of course D4 season came out. So we had a lot of interest and season 4 was good. July is going to be a bit more rough to try to get that third month straight, just because obviously there isn't really anything happening in July. But however, if I do reach 100, I get the 60-40 split. If I reach 300 subs for 3 months in a row, that isn't a gifted sub or a Prime sub, that is a 70-30 split. So I know I'm not going to reach that for some years to come. That's the tier for like, the considerably bigger streamers, right? But a 60-40 split would be nice. Here's the T-Bum TB. Appreciate the follow. So what I'm saying is, if you were thinking about subscribing or you maybe use this a Prime sub or whatever like that, if you use a regular sub, it will count towards that goal. If you were thinking about doing it already, I would highly push more for a regular sub than a Prime sub, just because a Prime sub doesn't count for this month. Now after this month, doesn't matter. Right? If I get that 60-40 split, I keep it for an entire year. You can go back to do whatever, however you want to do it, right? However, yeah, so the 60-40 split, like I said, benefit for both sides, because of course, if you are wanting to subscribe and you're wanting to support the stream, you don't want Amazon to get more money than they should. Does that make sense? So a 60-40 split means that 60% of your money is going towards me versus 50%. And that benefits both ways, right? You don't want to give Amazon more than they need, right? So just want to keep that out, put that out there. It is July 17th. I need I think it's like 45 more regular subs to reach that goal for the month of July or whatnot. So that little plug there, just gonna do that. You said that's sick. Nah. You said, am I getting close? Yeah, I got 45 more to go, but it's only half of July, so like, pretty much it may happen regularly. I don't know, but July is a tough month because again, it's the end of the season. So end of season D4, and there isn't much to really showcase. So kind of rough on that side though. Fonzo, what's going on? I got a notification telling me to upgrade to most of the tier 2 to help you hit partner plus. Oh wow, and it pissed you. That is right. I think tier 2 and tier 3 equals considerably more points towards that. But don't do it because I don't have anything there. You get no benefit for doing it on my end. Like I don't have anything to give you, or that would be worth a tier 2 or tier 3. I think those tiers are silly. To be honest with you. Is that you ready? You're a teacher by day. Oh, cool. What do you teach? Sorry, I just saw something on YouTube. He said nuts as in better than the other classes are more fun. Zenj, what's going on? Is it in my opinion? It's hard to say because we didn't get a chance to play the other classes at Blizzard. So I don't know how the other classes are going to play in the expansion. But I will say that the Spiritborn is a ton of fun. But there is no baseline, comparison because it's like we don't know. Like how it's impossible for us to know if Spiritborn would be better than other classes simply because we didn't play the other classes in the same environment. Does that make sense? But just in the bubble, like the Spiritborn in the bubble is worth your time to play in terms of design and the amount of effort and that they put into it. It is definitely worth your time to play. High school PE and weightlifting, okay. Well, if you're like 99 on July 30th, send you a DM, okay. Yeah, I teach music, Fonzo. Yeah, Beb. All right, so we're gonna play a little bit of D4, just because I know that my audience is obviously in Diablo 4, so we'll maybe finish leveling up the sword today, and then we'll segue into some D3. I'm far behind in D3, by the way. Like I'm like not anywhere near where other people who actually played throughout the weekend, so don't expect anything amazing coming from my character today. Oh, whoops, wrong cam. Let's move that and do this. There we go. Boom. So music teacher is cool, like music or band. I mean, like both kind of thing. I would say mostly is band, but I also do like music theory and stuff like that. So, music appreciation is different. We don't really have that in high school. That's like a college thing. But music theory is definitely there. Oh, it's two different classes. Like, oh, okay, I see, Fonzo. Okay, oh, okay, that's fair. No, it's yeah, we don't. It's kind of there's a couple of directors, and we kind of swap between what we want to do on whether it's A day or B day. But I typically like to be dealing with percussionists because that's my specialty. So anything percussion related usually goes through me, especially like marching band and indoor percussion type stuff. The band director can have the wins. I don't really care about the wins as much. I know that probably sounds bad, considering that I actually, was a really good trumpet player before I became a percussionist. But I'd rather deal with the percussion. A day and B day, yeah, we still have that in our high school district, or in our district in high school. Oh, whoops! You guys can't see the game, can you? Wait, why is it not showing up? Actually, yeah, why is D4 not showing up? Weird. Huh. That is really weird. Hades 2 shows up still. I don't know why it does. It's not even on. But Hades shows up, but D4 doesn't. All right, let's try this again. We'll reboot. Thomas, what's going on? The interesting, good stuff. Respect. They need to pay us more. Or, well, yeah. It's funny because like the profession that's responsible for teaching others how to eventually get into their professions is the one that's the most underpaid. Or one of them more underpaid ones. I mean, obviously we got like, you know, first responders and, you know, the like firefighters who are also, you know, crazily underpaid as well. Who also are, you know, just as important, if not more important in some cases. But yeah, it's just kind of crazy. Like, you know, the the things that have huge value in society are like, you know, not really taken care of. So, but of course, if you're doing what you're doing, you're obviously doing it out of passion. You're definitely not doing that for the money. Hey, I was watching. There's a big thing where I live in North. Oh, you live in North Carolina. Okay. What district, by the way? What school district in North Carolina? Richmond County Schools. Okay, so you're a little better off than the district. Richmond County Schools. Oh, wait a minute. Right on the, okay, so wait a minute. But Richmond County Schools is, I'm trying to think of. All right, so are you I should know this because I also, well, I teach in Charlotte Mecklenburg. So yeah, I'm very familiar with NC. Yeah. So I'm technically border as well. Just on the other side. So yeah, so you're like Wilmington area then. Wilmington-ish, somewhere around like closer to there, roughly. Oh, halfway. Okay, so you're in between. Okay, all right. Laurinburg. Okay, gotcha. Well, small world, man. Yeah, I mean, North Carolina is pretty terrible in general for teaching. It's kind of funny because like you see other states tends to purge teachers from North Carolina because they know that we technically don't want to be here and they can do better. For music, it's usually Texas. Texas tends to try to purge North Carolina teachers, more so like percussionists, especially percussionists and some band directors. Just because there's no money, there's no support for the arts here. However, if you're into sports, and you know North Carolina is huge in football, you know football, so like this is one of the places to be if you're into that. Like if you're like athletic director or whatever like that, sure, like that's, you know, you basically run the state if you're an athletic director. But yeah, it's quite the opposite for the arts. This is fun to play, actually. It's not really that. It's not strong, but it's fun. If you live site close to the border, I will go to Marlborough County, but I don't want to lose my NC retirement since I only have 8 years in. I got you. Yeah. I mean the some of the South Carolina districts, they pay a hell of a lot more, especially for like the after school programs, especially like for like after school stipends, especially I'd make like 3 to 4 times as much money doing the exact same thing in South Carolina. I'd make 5 times as that if I did it in Texas, with additional benefits, and it's crazy. I don't think I can hit this this enemy. I think we're I think I done broke the game. To why I'm in a tech business, a lot of people move to or are still moving to NC. Well, I mean, different professions have different, you know, I don't say values, right? But like in NC, tech makes a lot of sense. You know, NC's, you know, North Charlotte is like the, you know, bank capital, right? So like, there's a lot of reason to come to Charlotte if you're kind of in that industry, right? For music though, Texas takes it very seriously. In terms of the arts program and stuff like that, especially dealing with music, they take it very seriously. They're also very demanding. Like they expect results nearly immediately when they hire you. So they pay you really well, but they also expect you to win. Like there is no like, you know, you coming in and it's like, oh, you know, mentor the kids, you know, be nice to them, you know, give them a great experience. Yeah, sure, but you better win. That is the model. But they pay you well for that transition. So that's kind of the reason why you don't see a lot of people actually taking the jobs in Texas, even though we get offered it all the time, because we also know that in order to win, you need to establish a philosophy, get to know the kids and the parents and the boosters and you know, like it takes time. Like you have to build a winner culture. You can't do it in like 1 year. But Texas thinks that, you know, oh, you got this experience and that experience and this experience and you did that. Okay, cool. You're hired. Here's a lot of money. Here's extra stuff you didn't even think you knew you needed. In 6 months, you better win. You know, you better have like 3 or 4 trophies in, you know, 6 months or whatever. So the expectation is not, it's not something that you can, anyone who's done this enough knows you can't really meet those standards. So there's always a high turnover. However, like I said, they pay well and they don't even care if you have a degree. All they care about is experience. You know, have you won before? Cool. How many times? All right, you hired. Never finished high school? Not a problem. How many times have you won? How many trophies you got? They'll pay you more obviously with a degree, but like you can legit make more money in Texas than people with degrees. It's actually quite it's quite interesting. Hydrate. I actually gotta go downstairs and get me something to drink. And say Raleigh is popular for tech people. Well, that too, yeah. But I would say I see more people like moving to Charlotte for mostly that reason than anything. To the point where Charlotte is always in construction all the freaking time, which is why I hate traveling to Charlotte, because like literally it's like in perma construction all the time, and half the roads are blocked off, and it's been that way for like a decade. It's just like, bro, are y'all gonna finish this area or not? Like, you know. To be fair, COVID probably stopped a lot of that, or you know, delayed a lot of that. But still, I mean, did I graduate from high school in Charlotte? No. Not in Charlotte. No. Nope. Middle of I guess say Columbia. SC. Yeah. I mean, I've been out of high school for a while though. I'm 39. Australia's really blown up. Oh yeah. No. You're good. You're good. You're good. I mean, I'm not like a major streamer or anything like that, so I'm not that worried. But you know, there are doxers and stuff like that. So. I was in my mid-20s. I still get carded when I go and like get a drink or whatnot. No, like I think it's gonna always happen. Like even if I start getting gray hairs, I'm for sure gonna get carded still. They'll probably think I faked it, or you know, dye my hair a little, you know, whatever, just to look old enough to not get carded and be like, you're not slick. Show me your card. He was able to buy cigarettes at 13. What? I used to date a chick when he was that was the athletic trainer at Blythewood High School in Columbia. Yeah, Blythewood is actually I don't want to say it's a newer school because it's no longer a newer school, but it's newer compared to the schools that are around that area. Because you had Spring Valley, Richland Northeast High School, Ridgeview High School, that area, and then Blythewood opened up a little bit later. Spring Valley was the original, I believe, in that area, and that's where I went to high school. Irma High School, oh yeah. Irma was interesting, especially for music, because like they used to be like their music program used to be like top in the state or near the top in the state, next to Burns and some of the other high schools during my time when I was in high school. And then like when I started teaching, like Irma fell off hard, like real hard. Kind of felt bad for Irma because Irma was always was always at the top. But you know, programs, you know, come and go sometimes. I get my degree, Coastal Carolina University. So Myrtle Beach. I am a Chanticleer, and no one knows what that is when I say that. I'm on vacation this week? Nah. Well, I mean, technically I'm on perma vacation until I heal correctly from this hernia. So I've been technically on vacation, quote unquote, since early May, because I've been in recovery since then. So, yeah, I guess I'm never not gonna be on vacation until they figure out why I'm still in pain and not healing correctly. So. I'm streaming early. Oh, that's what you mean. That's because I'm trying to do a slightly different schedule. Like come on a little earlier, just because I realized that like even when I'm doing things in the afternoon, like if I'm doing like a side gig or something and I'm get home, like the time in between that I have between that and actually streaming. I'm almost always anxious in a sense because I feel like I'll try to get things done, but then I'm always thinking about, okay, I need to get this done, or I need to do this before I stream, or I got to stream in X amount of hours or whatnot. So I end up being anxious about streaming before I actually stream, which doesn't really allow me to relax until I start streaming, which usually isn't until like 4 or 5, 6 hours later. Now, keep in mind, I started streaming at later at night because that was my time that I would do coming from work. My second job, like when I was a server, so I would come home and then I would stream. So I would teach in the day, serve in the early evening, come home and then stream. Like I did that for years. So I think I've kind of gotten used to that, and that's where my audience generally was. So I was always kind of hesitant to like change my hours to, try to something a little earlier. So I guess here's that, here's me experimenting, I guess, with stream times. So, am I still getting paid for the summertime? No. But I kind of opted for a 10-month pay instead of 12-month pay. Because I mean, teacher pay is already pretty laughable. So trying to, you know, you look at it for 12 months and you're just like, is that what I'm getting paid? But then you look at it for 10 months, and you're like, okay, that actually looks kind of okay. But I've always had like a second or a third job or whatever, so I figured, okay, well, I can just work more of the second job or third job during the summertime and just take the 10-month pay from teaching or whatever.
I'm not ready yet.
Well, I ate like 4 Bs in a row right there. Very NDA kind of answer. Fair, yeah, it is.
I'm not ready yet.
Yeah, I actually really kind of like our ice shards. I can't wait for it to actually like get something good.
I'm not ready yet.
I thought I would like Frozen Orb more, actually. Like Frozen Orb is what I usually play, but kind of like this hybrid-ish type thing. I'm even using Andariel's Helm with this, which is quite funny because it actually works okay. Because I proc Andariel's enough for it to be useful in a build like this. Not that it's like strong in a build like this, but because Ice Shards actually has pretty decent lucky hit chance, I get enough procs from it for it to actually have some value. So it's kind of hilarious. I never thought about the idea of using Andarios with Ice Shards. I want to finally play Chain Lightning. I started min-max Frozen, and it's just so we compare to other classes. At this point, I don't know what do I want to min-max the Ice Shard Frozen Orb damage, or do I want to min-max the Andariel's effect on my helm? Especially for a single target, because
I need time.
I think people are going to start using Fist of Fate with Andarios with potential 100% lucky hit. Probably. That might be the only reason why they would. Because, the Fist of Fate unique power doesn't work for Andarios. Like that's not going to work for Andarios in terms of like buffing Andario itself. But the lucky hit might be good enough to not care about that for Andario's build. So possibly. I don't see why not. I mean, it might be good enough even for a Heartseeker. Actually, it'll be better for a Heartseeker build, to be honest with you. With Victimize. Because you actually do care about your damage. So the Fist of Fate damage actually matters. And you also get that crazy lucky hit. Isn't the new Fist of Fate effective random CC? It gives you a random CC as a stat. But the unique affix is still, you know, random, you know, 1% to 300%, basically. So that effect is still there as well. Maurice, what's going on? I mean, what other stat does Andy's go for? Andy Rowe go for it if they run those gloves and cap out lucky hit? Well, you technically can't cap lucky hit. So you'll be fine. Considering that each individual dagger has its, or sorry, each individual puncture has technically its own lucky hit-ish. So you're not going to be able to So it's going to be really good for Andarios just because, or functional Andarios build, because each one of them is pretty much its own separate lucky hit. So, I mean, the more you buff that, the more likely you'll be able to, you know, proc Andarios like a shit ton. Will the patch notes for season 5 be released with tomorrow's stream? No. Tomorrow is Spiritborn related stuff, and that's it. Season 5 stuff will be in a campfire stream that they'll probably do likely next week. So I think we'll either see patch notes for season 5 next week alongside a campfire stream. That would be my guess. Let's not make bad unique items sound good. Temperate items still by far best in slot in uniques. Not necessarily. I mean, it is right now, but that may not be the case next season. If some of the uniques that they teased a couple of days ago is any indication that that's how they're going to buff.
Yo, Dark Side. We just got raided, son.
Rob raid.
You know how we
What
do.
up, Rob?
Drop my new beat for these new viewers. Sheezy out.
What up, Rob? Appreciate the raid.
2,628 traded my stream with 383 viewers.
Was that you said, man? 18 more hours. What, you haven't like ruined your NDA by telling everybody that, you know, the Spiritborn has like 2 legs and 2 arms and like a head and like, you know, it's got like cosmetics and things, and you haven't been telling your chat all the useful information that they obviously want to know, whether it has hair or not, and, you know, does it have teeth, and, you know, you haven't been. Well, I've been telling them all that kind of stuff. Oh man, I know. It's been fun telling everybody how much fun Spiritborn is, which is all we can really say right now. Let's see, Doctor with the five gifted subs. Appreciate you, man. He said, "Well, so nice meeting you in real life at Blizzcon." Yeah, dude. You too, man. Did not think you was gonna. I did not know you was gonna be as tall as you were, man. That was a huge surprise. Rob is like towering over everyone at, like, you know, at the event. It was easy to find him for the most part. Him and Crip is pretty tall too as well, but I don't think he's as tall as Rob was or whatever. Yeah, I came late, man. I walked in like a minute before the presentation started. And everyone's like, yo, it's Dockside's here. Nah, he said the real question is, what is the credit score of the Spiritborn? I don't know. That's oof. I don't know if I can tell you that. I don't know about that. I don't know. I might could tell you about his criminal record though. You know, we can probably talk about that. Spiritborn is just wish doctor for easy. Sure thing. But yeah, he said it's season 5 in 2 weeks. No, 3 weeks, I think. Three weeks. Because August 8th, I believe, right? By the way, for those who just got raided in, what is up? I am generally a rogue guy who spends like 95% of time playing rogue. I'm actually playing a Sork. I'm not doing anything special. I'm just leveling up a Sork. Not doing Firebolt. So, you know, anything you're going to be seeing on the screen with really shitty gear is literally just me playing some real off-meta Sork at the moment. Just cause it's fun. Not because I'm trying to do anything spectacular, but just because I'm having fun doing it. So we're actually playing some Ice Shard Sork, which I don't think anyone's ever played on stream this entire season. So I might be the first person to shoot an ice shard live this season. So anyhow, appreciate the follows. We can't talk about season 5. If you want, we can talk about very surface level Spiritborn stuff until tomorrow, of course. But yeah.
I'm not ready yet.
Barb Nation to Rogue Nation. Even though this rogue is playing a sword, right? Yeah, 18 hours, you want to see it. Yeah, 18 hours, you'll see Woody, Rax, Macro, and Fame Regalas playing the Spiritborn live. Heartseeker still S tier for next season. If they fix Victimize from what it was in PTR to what it's supposed to be, then yes. If not, it depends. I say depends because most people don't know this, but Victimize has been broken or not working correctly for the entire existence of this game. Like, even since in-game beta, it has not worked correctly. So every season and launch, all the way up until season 4, most multipliers didn't work with it at all. Like, not even crit damage worked. So it was actually really, really shitty. Like, it was like awful to use. And in season 4, they fixed it, but they messed up by allowing certain multipliers to double dip. So it ended up being broken and severely underpowered to being still bugged, but overpowered. So in PTR, instead of fixing it, they reverted it back to season 3 values. Season 2, season 3 values where nothing worked and versus everything working plus double dip. So that's awful. That's terrible. I don't know why they did that. I don't know if it's just they whoopsied again in a sense. So if they fix it to where it works correctly, where things single dip, if everything's single dip, then yes, Heartseeker would be S tier next season. If not, then we're not playing Victimize at all. If they don't revert it or fix it from PTR, then Victimize is dead again. And I will tell every rogue player to not brick their characters attempting to build vulnerable next season. So I guess we will see. He said Daz the new king. Yeah, Victimize has never not been bugged. Most rogue key passes has been bugged basically this entire time, either positively or negatively. Rogues have not have not had key passives that were actually working as intended since launch. Precision is still bugged, by the way, and it's been bugged for a while, and it's still bugged on PTR. People just don't know that. Close quarters combat still bugged. People also don't really know that either, or it's not widely known. But yeah, it's still bugged in certain instances. But yeah,
I need time to prepare.
is Rogue better than Spiritborn? So here's the thing: when we play Spiritborn, we did not play the other classes because we didn't have access to the other classes, so we don't know what Spiritborn is compared to the other classes for the expansion in the same environment. Does that make sense? So we have nothing to compare it to. Now, in terms of like design, like if I had to take the Spiritborn design and like the care and attention they went to it, it's by far the best design class. It's not even close. But none of us can tell you about the power of Spiritborn because we don't know what strong is in the expansion because we couldn't play the other classes. Does that make sense? So no one could tell you if Spiritborn is better than the other classes in terms of raw power. It's just impossible to know that. how many hours was I allowed to play at LA? I honestly don't even know if we can tell you that much. That's how tight-lipped we have to be with our NDA. But we did get to play a bit, whatever that might mean to you. Guess we'll finish off exploit here. What does it use for weapons? Can't even tell you that. Heart into Andy. But at least were you able to level to a decent level? Can't tell you that either. It's not that I don't want to tell you. It's just that like they're pretty tight-lipped about stuff, so I can't even tell you that. Then you'll see tomorrow. So the answer to that question will be shown tomorrow, most likely, because I think the people who are streaming tomorrow will have a very similar build that we had this weekend. So if that is true, then you'll see it tomorrow. You'll see the answer to that question tomorrow. This is a two-hand staff, isn't it? It's not worth. Okay. So gotta level up some glyphs still. So what we got here? Oh, they're all suppressors? Nah, no thanks. Does that mean we'll see some rework to other classes of Spiritborn and so well designed? That is the big question that we all had this past weekend, was if Spiritborn is like this, will some of the philosophies in creating Spiritborn trickle down to the other classes? That was the biggest question we had, because we were just like, bro, if they don't do something big for the other classes in the expansion, everybody's playing Spiritborn. Everybody. Yeah, Dread. It's like, nah, it's like, yeah. 18 hours, I'll take my time. Yeah, like I said, I wish I could say more, man. There are some things I just can't say.
I need time to prepare that.
Appreciate the follows. Each class getting a new skill though. I mean, yeah, but I mean, we didn't get a chance to see what the new skill was. But I mean, even I'll put it this way: if all that happens hypothetically, so let's just give a hypothetical, right? If all that happens is that every class gets one new skill and that's the main draw, it's still not enough to make most people want to play other classes over the Spiritborn. You guys have no idea how well designed the Spiritborn really is. You'll see tomorrow. But we're gonna need more than just, you know, one new skill and then, you know, a new passive here and there and whatnot to intrigue us to not play the Spiritborn. I'm just gonna put it that way. They really need to up the is it pay to win confirmed? I wouldn't say that. I mean, maybe they do meet the standards. Maybe they do really do like some pretty, you know, major refreshes to the other classes. I don't know. We didn't get a chance to play the other classes, so I don't know. So it could be possible that they've done it, but they got their work cut out for them. No one's here's a Blizzard lawyer, right? Your secret safe. Problem is they actually watch the stream sometimes, so that's kind of the issue. Right? Yeah. They do stop by here every once in a while. That's how I like to say hi or whatever. They have to reborn the other classes? Yes, pretty much.
I'm not ready.
And more representative are the new devs in control rather than the former. I'm getting from your comments then. Yeah. So with that being said, I just got blown up. I will say that, like, yeah, I mean, we're starting to really see what the current team, I hate to say current, but it's the best way to really, you know, say it based off of what happened during the development process, right? We get an idea of what the current team really wanted to do with the game. As you see in the itemization, like, that's the current team's design, not the, they had nothing to do with the itemization at launch. Which is why they were so happy to introduce it in season 4. And it's like, okay, actually, you know, good job. This was actually a good job. But you start to see more of the current, like, you know, kind of how they wanted to approach the game overall versus how it was during the development time under different leadership. So if this is their way of doing it, D4 has a bright future as long as they can contain all the bugs that tend to make it in PTR and live patches. If they can find a way to, you know, have the game a lot less buggy, then they got a really good future ahead. Dang. Yo, I'm getting wrecked. My defenses are so bad. I am armor capped and res cap though. I probably have like no DR yet, but that's okay. Also my whatchamacallit ran out. It's a double S sword situation. Yeah, kinda, yeah. Yeah, yeah. What design does not actually mean stronger? Well, I mean, then again, like I said, like, strength is relative, right? If you have nothing to compare it to, and the only thing you know is what the Spiritborn can do, but not the other classes, then what does strong mean, right? Without any sort of like metric or, you know, foundation. You know, what does strong mean? So like, there's no way to know what the class's strength actually is because you have nothing to compare it to other than its own self. Like, the reason why we know some classes are strong is because other classes are not as strong, right? Otherwise, like, let's say if, you know, if we remove, let's say remove like every class in the game right now except for Necros and Sorcerer, then Necros and Sorcerer and remove Firebolt, then we would actually think that the other sword builds are strong relative to the other Necro builds that are also considered weak but would be considered strong because the only metric you have is Sorcerer without Firebolt. You see what I'm saying? So at that point, that would be considered, you know, Sorc would be considered strong relative to what's left. So I don't know if that actually all makes sense. I wonder what the class ranking is in season 5. There'll be no way to. There's no way to know at the moment. Because let's be honest, like, until we find out the new bugs that we will inevitably find like in 3 or 4 days of playing, then we don't know where the classes actually, you know, stack up. Wait. How's it feeling to know something really, really great to not be able to share with the community? Oh wow, I literally wasn't even looking. I'm so used to it now that it's kind of normal. I would say at first, like years ago, when I was, given NDA information that I can't really say, but can tell you that is cool or can tell you that it's coming. So I'm kind of used to it now. But at first, man, it was rough. It was always like, because I mean, it's like you want to say stuff like really, really bad. There's something, especially about season 5, I really want to talk about. I don't know if I have permission to talk about it yet. I asked for permission. I haven't gotten a response back. But I feel like the community needs to know this information. That's killing me more than anything else. Because I mean, season 5 is like around the corner. But until I get confirmation, I can't say anything about that part of something that was discussed past a presentation. So. So don't die.
I'm not ready yet.
Thanks for answering your question. Yeah, man, you're welcome. Anytime. Did they change the game all that much? If you can't compare. It's not about changing the game that much. It's just that you can't compare something that doesn't exist. So when we played the expansion, we played the class, and we played the new area. That's it. We didn't get a chance to look at the other classes because they didn't show the other classes. So we don't know what the other classes can and can't do. So it's not like they changed the game a lot. It's more of we got a test build to play a very specific thing, and that's it. So it's impossible to compare something that doesn't exist. See what I'm saying? At least in the build that we played. I mean, we would like to compare, but there's just no way to do that. Theoretically, if the game was kind of similar, you can have an idea. Nope. Because you got to keep in mind, season 5 is going to be drastically different than season 4, which means that which is going to also be drastically different than season 6. Which is when the expansion comes out. Obviously, the expansion is going to have different things that we don't have access to in the current game. So we don't even have the classes. We don't even know what the classes can do in the expansion. We don't even know what new skills they get. We don't know what the Paragon stuff is going to be like. We don't know what the new uniques are going to be. We don't know what the new changes of uniques are going to be. We don't know anything. So you can't compare anything that's going to be drastically different. And we didn't even get a chance to see what that difference was, or even the classes to even look at to have a comparison. You see what I'm saying? But yes, the expansion is always different than the base game. Like it's always, every Diablo expansion that has ever came out since the release of expansions has always been a drastic improvement to the game, with many different quality of lives and positives to the game. So there's nothing that you can compare to in current game to the Spiritborn in season 6 without the season theme in an area that's a test build, if that makes sense. There's no way to compare. There's none of us can have an idea. And if any content creator tries to tell you that there is an idea, they're straight up lying, and they're doing it for content, for clicks, because it's literally impossible to know. Yeah, you can't. You just can't know. There's no way to know. Hell, we have a hard time as it is being able to compare classes from one season to another. From PTR to live. We have a hard time comparing classes from PTR to live, get alone to an expansion with a brand new class. So you're just, it's crazy. I missed your answer about the questions about the uniques. What about it? Oh, you think the uniques we have will convert to the new ones or just become unusable? I don't know. I mean, obviously, if they, you mean for like the Eternal Realm? Like, do you think they will kind of just like, will they just retroact all the uniques? I don't know. It's actually a good question. They might do what they did in Diablo 3, where it's like, you know, that was the old unique, here's the new unique. Because a lot of them are actually quite different. Like they're I'm gonna say quite different, but different enough to where there might just be a legacy unique and a new unique, if that makes sense. To my teacher friend, do you take off work on a new season release like I do? Yes. As a content creator, you kind of have to. You cannot be, you know, you're sort of, I don't say forced, but it kind of is that way. You're kind of having to, you know, get to 100 quick in a decent fashion, right? And then make content and builds or whatever, test builds, you know, early, because you need to be ahead of the pack, if that makes sense. No one's going to care about what you think about the game as a content creator if you're sitting at level 57 2 weeks into the game. Like, it's just ain't, no one cares, unfortunately, right? So like, you can't, like, it's a interesting place to be in, because it means you can't just, like, you know, take your time and chill and, like, you know, do some testing along the way, whatever. Like, you kind of have to go, so you don't really get the, you know, chance to, like, relax and play. But at the same time, you know, you do get to experience, I guess, all the hype that comes along with you being somewhere where 99% of the players are not, and be able to offer advice or builds or whatever that others just haven't gotten to the point to yet. So you definitely have to. As a content creator, you got to blast the first day at the minimum. So I do like a 20-hour stream usually on the first day. 20-hour stream on the first day, maybe 16-hour stream on the second day, and then I kind of taper down to like 8-10-hour streams past that point. Only thing that matters is from this is the test. Was it fun? Yes, it was actually a lot of fun. A lot of fun, actually. It was a lot to take in because we had to, like, learn a lot in a relatively short period of time for what we had to try to learn and play and dissect and understand and, you know, about the class. But it was fun. So my teacher friend, sorry, I actually read that already. He said, "How do your students react to you streaming and creating content?" Well, they found me. I didn't tell them that I did, but they found me. I think it's really not hard to, especially in Diablo 4, when if they play Diablo and they decide to look through videos on the official Diablo YouTube channel, you can see the fact that I have 3 official videos on their channel, game guide videos. And since I'm really the only African American that actually, you know, really consistently makes content for D4, it's hard to really miss me in a sense. It's like, you know, so like, yeah, there's no way to hide from that. Not that I was trying to hide, but yeah, I mean, they found me and they know, and some of them watch. But the good thing is that I don't have a streaming persona. I act the same way on stream as I do in person. So like, there's no like, oh, I saw, you know, Dockside do this, or, you know, oh, he said this, or, you know, something that was, you know, completely controversial or something like that. Like, I don't really act any different. Now my former students watch quite a bit. Like, I have more of my former students who watch than current students do, but
I'm not ready yet.
you're also the only black guy in the picture at the Blizzard HQ. I know, right? So yeah, hard. Yeah, it's hard not to recognize the, you know, the one figure that happens to be African American. But yeah, AJ, I think so. I think it may. Actually, I don't know, because if you do get GA on items, how would that work on the new items, the new uniques, or the new revamped uniques? I don't know. That's actually a really good question. You said you're automatically the cool teacher. I'm pretty straightforward. I'm pretty straight up. I'll tell you guys a story. Because I don't think these two are actually watching my stream at the moment, or haven't been in like a very long time. So anyhow, I teach music for those who don't know. But we had a trip. We had to play, or we had a pep band that we were taking to a football game, like an away football game. And I wasn't, the other band director wasn't there, so I was in charge of logistics and making sure the kids get on and off the bus, have the appropriate chaperones, all that stuff that goes along with, you know, making sure we get there, you know, play jams, go home, etc. So, we board the bus and we go, and right when we got off the bus, like right when we got there, one of the parents got real upset. I mean, just upset. She's like, I'm gonna say dioxide, but yeah, it's like dioxide. He's like, you can't believe what happened on the bus. We had these two students or whatever, and they were like laying down horizontally on the seat. I just couldn't believe what was happening. Oh my God, it was just so disrespectful, and so I can't do this. I just can't chaperone anymore. These kids nowadays, you know, how could they do something, you know, such a thing? So she was like all worked up. Mom, of course, is a parent, obviously. And so like I was kind of smiling a little bit. Like, and she was like, you need to talk to him right now. You need to get them on the bus, talk to him right now. And I was like, okay, I'll speak with them. So, you know, I pulled the couple off the bus or whatever, and like they were looking at me, and they were obviously had like a, you know, afraid demeanor, right? And so I started smiling, and I was like, look, when I was in high school, I had a girlfriend, and bus rides were our favorite because that was a time frame that we could spend time with each other, right? Look, I've been there, done that. I'm not even here to yell at you about being normal teenagers, you know, being a couple, and, you know, doing what couples do in that case scenario. But I did say this. I said, but while we're in uniform and we are representing something bigger than ourselves, we got to make sure that doing anything that can make the entire program look bad is something you need to think about with your actions. So I don't care what y'all do. If y'all got a space, you know, behind the school or whatever after school, y'all do whatever. Just as long as y'all ain't getting pregnant, I don't care. I don't care what you do. to be 100% honest with you. But while you're in uniform, you represent something bigger than yourself. So you need to think about what your actions look like on the outside. And so, sure, you might have been innocent when you both were laying down on a seat and maybe nothing happened, but it looked bad while you were in uniform, which makes the program look bad. You get what I'm saying? And they're just like, yeah. I'm like, okay, that's all I got. So while you're in uniform, act the part. And that was it. But they were shocked that I didn't yell or have the normal parent answer or adult answer, you know, making them feel disgusting. I'm like, chill with that, because it's like, yo, we all did that in high school. Like, none of us are innocent here. Like, none of us are innocent in this case. So I don't want to treat them as if I didn't do the same shit when I was in high school, because I did. I absolutely did. Right? But I never had a problem with them again like that. But I did go to the parent though, and like I told the parent, like, you know, she came up to me, she's like, did you settle this straight? I'm like, oh yeah, I yelled at them. I gave him a good yelling. Sure did. Obviously I lied to the parent. I obviously didn't yell at them, but you know, that's what she wanted to hear. So I was like, yeah, absolutely. I was stern. You know, I'm you know, yeah, they're definitely, you know, they're definitely in trouble when we get back. But yeah, it's just stuff like that. Like, it's like when you're realistic, when you're not trying to separate yourself as being any different than they are, they tend to have more respect for you in a sense. But it worked. Like I said, never had an issue with those two ever again. Have that. Cannot relate. Never did that kind of thing in high school. Maybe not on the school. Maybe not on the band school bus. I'm pretty sure a lot of people can't relate in that specific instance. But I'm sure there are other situations, right? Right? Wink. Stewie said, yeah, I definitely had a very real girlfriend in high school too. I feel like it's easier to retire the current ones because, oh, you mean the uniques? Okay, because I can just buy like a 4GA Winter Glass, for example, and just sell them next season for crazy gold. Oh, you mean for like Eternal? Okay, yeah. I guess the season, because season 4 and Eternal season 4 is really not that much different from each other. And yeah, I mean, you can, playing this season really wasn't, you didn't really gain much for doing so. That won't be the case next season, but this current season for sure. Kind of want to make sure I get a wand still. I can get percent damage on the focus, like for real. Rest of the stats suck though. I gotta continue to level up my glyphs. Pacha said that should be the normal answer. The thing is that you have to be careful, because if your students don't like you, comments like that can sometimes get you in trouble, right? Because they might go back and repeat what you actually said. So there is that type of, like, you have to kind of know your students well enough to, and they have to like you enough to not get you in trouble for being real with them. You know what I mean? Like, because nowadays, obviously, with teaching, like, any little thing can get you, banned from teaching at the moment for life, right? So, anytime DICE students have showed up in chat, they've had nothing but good things to say about them. So boring. No drama, no. This is so much fun. It's so sad that this is not strong. But this is so much fun. My students found my stream and started trolling. I always look at it, if they come by and want to stick around, then they must have liked you, obviously, when you were teaching them. I don't know why. Maybe I have to grab that. Or really, I thought there wasn't anything in season 5. That's just for the seasonal side. So usually every season, AJ, there's always like a seasonal thing, like a theme or a power or a something. Next season it's the Infernal Hordes thing, right? Which is like brand new content per se. That's gonna only be seasonal. You can't play that in Eternal Realm. So there will always be like a seasonal draw of some sort. Only except for like this season, because this season was more so about the item rework than anything. So there was really no seasonal theme technically in season 4, but it's normally not like that. Won't Ice Sarge technically be better next season with all the buffs coming to core and mastery skills for sword? I mean, yeah, but you have to understand, like, in a bubble, it'll be better, but relative, it will not be, because you have to think about if Ice Shards gets buffed, so does the other core skills, right? Because they're all getting it. So you're bringing up all of those core skills up equally, technically. So Ice Shard still falls behind because, or at least the other short skills, because, well, you know, it's relative, right? Now, what Ice Shards really need is like either another or a rework of the aspect, honestly, or like an actual unique to make it, well, good, right? It doesn't have a unique power or anything that kind of really works well with any, you know, specific uniques that makes it like, you know, kind of crazy good. So like right now, I'm not even using this aspect because this aspect is kind of garbage. So, if one of hers is the seasonal theme, yeah, it is a seasonal theme, or most of the seasonal theme. There'll be like a story, you know, like every theme has, like there'll be like a little seasonal quest thing that you'll do. But the Infernal Horrors is basically like the seasonal in-game activity. So I don't know if that's going to be like a permanent thing that they end up keeping, or that's just going to be seasonal content. But you can only do it in season. You can't play that in Eternal. You said the Horde is also Eternal? I don't think so. 'Cause if it's Eternal, then there's no seasonal theme again. That's really the only seasonal thing. Not that I'm against it being in Eternal. I don't really, you know, I could care less whether it's for seasonal or seasonal and Eternal, right? However, if they're making it for both at the same time, then what's the actual seasonal draw? Let me try to read that while I'm not dying at the same time. Okay, it's hard to read that while this little thing is following me, trying to kill me. Hold on. Season 5 features a new storyline where enemies are cut down, alliances shift, and unlikely friends emerge from the shadows. PTR features a new quest line that takes place after the events of the main quest line and is available on both seasonal and eternal realms. Okay, and will remain on the eternal realm once season 5 has concluded. Okay. Now it says new quest line. Like, is the Infernal Horrors a quest line? You know, maybe maybe that's what they're referring to, but I feel like there's got to be more. They want the season to be Return to Hell. That can't just be Infernal Hordes. I mean, I kind of agree with that too. So I guess we'll see. Completing this quest line allows you to battle Infernal Hordes. New gameplay activity coming to season 5. The season coming with season 5. Okay. Note that you only have to complete this once. Press once to access your account. Okay. So I guess it might. I guess it is both then. Interesting. So I guess the thought is, what is the season 5 theme then? Because that looks like baseline. To me, that seems like baseline content, right? It's like you added baseline content to the game, which is fine, but that's not a season of content. That's not seasonal. So what is the season theme then? You see what I'm saying? Like now I'm more confused than anything. I guess we'll learn next week. Maybe so. Maybe, yeah. Maybe maybe so. Holy Bolt Elixir Part 2. It wouldn't be Holy Bolt. It'll be like Hellfire Elixir, right? Instead. Because, you know, going back to hell or whatever. So that'd be Hellfire Elixir. Also, it's kind of wild that we wouldn't be able to test the seasonal theme in the PTR though. So like, if there is, let's just say that there actually is a seasonal theme that we didn't know about, and never had a chance to like get our hands on and like, you know, get feedback on. That's gonna be kind of crazy, considering how many bugs were in the current PTR. So we'll see. It's the same thing, but shoots fireballs instead. Exactly right. Somehow GAs were supposed to fix my stash, but instead it made it worse. I agree. My stash was worse this season than the previous. What up, Reverend? They market the horse as a seasonal event. That's what I thought. And then added it to Eternal. I mean, maybe they will be introducing a maybe there's a seasonal theme that they just never said anything about, and we just didn't know. We were so caught up in, you know, what we knew that maybe we just didn't know that there's not a. I don't know. I'd be pleasantly surprised if there is an actual season theme. Kind of like that damage over time, not gonna lie. Especially since I'm wearing the Andes at the moment. So skip the one. There's a little quest with the dude that was in the PTR that said it was just a taste. It goes further than that. Okay. I don't think they said the season was called. I thought they said the season theme was called Return to Hell or something like that. Again, apparently I don't know because, well, we're talking about it and I seem to not know. Obviously, it looks like I don't know. So yeah. You haven't had an actual seasonal power since season 2. I mean, I guess you can call the pet kind of that. Kind of. People selling stacks of exquisite blood for 300 mils. Well, that's because inflation has gone through the roof at the moment. Gold is completely worthless, and the fact that you're capped at a certain amount of gold means that people are starting to use real money now because the value of gold is just not even like worth. And yeah, I'll be right back. I need to go grab me something to drink and give me a good walking stretch in. Let's see. Okay. We're back. Had to make a whirlwind bar just to run one-on-ones fast. Oh, we got some country playing right now. You're gonna find this is bothering you? I mean, like I said, I mean, it'll be a pleasant surprise if it is really, if it really is, well, you know, like an actual end game, or not end game, actual seasonal content that we just don't know about. All right, guys, I think I had enough D4. We're gonna actually play some D3 now. I'm in the early stages of D3 season right now, so don't expect much on my Demon Hunter. I'm talking about like just level to 70 early stages, so I got a while to go before I get anything going on my DH. But I love the seasonal theme, so I'm going to try and play a little bit of the season, despite the fact that I missed the entire weekend because I was in Cali. The bit am I going for? All of them. But like when I'm on Demon Hunter, I push for all the sets. But I'm gonna farm with God 6 though. God 6, maybe, yeah. I was gonna say maybe UE. No, not. But I'm gonna farm with God 6. I'm gonna push with Marauders, UE. Marauders, UE. Maybe God 6. I don't know. God 6 is really not that much fun to push with. I don't like Nats either, but Nats is like an easy 150, like a super easy 150. But we'll see. We'll see what I could find, because right now I don't want to do the seasonal journey because it's Nats in terms of the set that you get, which is super like boring. I hate Nats, especially for like anything speed related. So, you guys see the game? Not yet. Okay, hold on. Yeah, so here's my DH. I might have to like drop it down a couple of difficulties because I got nothing good leveling up to 70, so my gear is complete trash. Using Natalia to get you to another build. Well, I don't even want to do that. I just want to get to the other build. I don't have anything good right now on my character, so this is a very fresh level 70, like super fresh. I'm gonna go ahead and grab. I don't have enough death breaths to make the sacrifice. Yeah, so yeah, I'm like soup. This is super fresh. How many blood shards I got? 14. That's it. I guess Nephilim Rifts. What bit am I doing? Whatever I can get my hands on first. But all of them basically is the thought. I might not have enough damage to do expert still. I might have to do this on normal. That's not cool. Oof. I might not have the damage to do expert. Oof. Yeah. I guess I might need to do the seasonal journey then. I was gonna try to like brute force my way of getting like drops, but I think I might have to. Hmm. Yeah, I might have to actually get at least get the 2-piece. I really don't want to. Socket 5 gems into your gear. I guess I might get do the bounties at this on expert though. What I gotta do? Random bounties. You should follow. Kill Magda, kill Siege Breeze, Breaker Assault. Guess we'll try to do the bounties. Yeah. I guess we'll do pinpoint accuracy because that's probably the only way I'm going to get any sort of through tumble, and we'll do prep. It's mine. Is it new season? Yes, it is new season. It is Ethereal's. Well, not new season, but you know what I mean. I'm gonna try to do this on expert because I kind of need to. So the only thing I really got going for me is Phantom Knives at the moment. It's the only legendary I have. Took that death breath. Hub cycle season, yeah. Let's see. There we go. Be alone. Can I TP out? They're not going to. I'll just die so I can get out. AJ says, and news for the seasonal stuff will come in the campfire chat, so maybe there'll be something for the seasonal side, but the horrors are on both. I think for me, at least playing Eternal is a viable option. Yeah, I guess we'll have to just see what they have in store for the seasonal content. I can't imagine it being big since they haven't said anything about it and they haven't seemed to be hyping it up or anything, so. For like a 2-month PTR for the big expansion. I don't think season 5 will have anything to do with, like, season 5 itself won't have anything to do with season 6, or kind of like leading up to that by any means. I think they're completely different things there. Pig. Me and my Starbucks coffee cup that I'm obviously not drinking coffee with.
I wish I could do that.
Come on. Literally all I can do is phantomize these things. Get economy and boom. I wonder if I can get enough shards, like blood shards, to try to gamble for something. I really need like a 9th series or something that's gonna give me some oomph to be able to farm about the higher difficulties. Okay, bounty number 2 is done. Kill some dude here. Is it at least a drink from Starbucks? Hell no, man. Now on a teacher's salary, you think teachers can afford Starbucks? $8 for a drink? Nah. For like an 8-ounce concoction? Hell no, man. No, sir. Low D3, actually, yeah. I'm obviously like early stages right now, so and I have like no good legendaries when I leveled up, so like literally my character is very vanilla. And it's gonna be a while before anything good is gonna happen on my Demon Hunter, but we'll get there slowly but surely. Go, Phantom Knives. Blink twice if the Spiritborn has 2 separate resources and using charge attacks. I mean... So I guess I'm not allowed to blink again, right? I can't blink for the rest of the stream. Because I already blinked once. I'm trying to, actually. It's hard. Hey, Legendary Helm. That is, well, I guess it's somewhat useful. Some extra gems, I guess. Terrible downgrade there. Alright, so that's 3 bounties so far. Kill the Skeleton King. Oh, NDA broken. I got water in my Starbucks cup. No, I actually have juice. I actually drink a lot of juice. Juice in my Starbucks sippy cup. Yeah. But the reason why I have the Starbucks cup is because I actually got a lot of them because my wife's father works does catering for like a pretty high-end hotel, like hotel or whatever. And for whatever strange reason, they have a bunch of Starbucks cups or whatever, just a bunch of cups and lids or whatever. So he just happened to give me a ton of them. So I'm like, I might as well use them since, you know, I have them. It's here. So That's why you see me
I am too low on
sipping on my sippy cups. Aside from the announcement, you apparently need an 11-foot screen to play Spirit Horn. Also, there's a new class called Spirit Horn. Wasn't aware. Are you under NDA, sir? What do you know about the Spirit Horn that we don't know about? And insta give. Oh no, he survived. You get that Barrage yet? No, I have nothing yet. Like literally nothing. So, yeah, it's gonna be a while before I feel any sort of power at all. So yeah, I just hit 70, or I hit 70 earlier. Not this stream, but like when I was playing a little bit. Yeah. I got one more bounty to do. But what up, Harris Shinden? What's happening? 3 sips, 2 blinks, and a wave out the window if the Spiritborn is busted. Spirit Horn is a class dedicated exclusively to increasing the power of the barb shouts. That's all you do. I mean, doesn't sound like it could be too far from the truth there. Do I know what time for the stream for the US on the East Coast? So I've been starting around 6:30 the past 2 days, which would mean it'll be like 3:30 p.m. for the West Coast. But East Coast will be 6:30. So if you're on the East Coast, then you're on my time. Pin the link. I still maintain your thought process that they should have kept with the updates on D3 and spaced the seasons between D2, D3, D4 well enough to get a chunk of each bounce between the games. I think that was kind of the idea. That was the idea of at least D3 and D4 was to kind of have them in between each other in a sense, at least from what I was told. But yeah, I think the idea of season 4 getting pushed back like a whole another month or whatever kind of sort of ruined that a little bit, the timeline or whatever. Okay, so we finished bounty. What build are you playing? Ever played D3? I don't have a build yet because I don't have nothing. I'm just got to 70, so I don't even have a build yet. Builds in Diablo 3 are based on sets, basically. So I don't have a set yet, or nor am I even close to a perceivable set. It'll be a little while before I get there. Right now, I'm just using skills to get by that deal okay damage. I don't even have enough blood shards to gamble for. We can try it for a quiver. Okay, we failed. There's an upgrade still, but we failed. So all this is trash. Need to put that in the whatchamacallit extractor, but I don't have enough to extract it. Let's go to different skill. Not that it really matters, but we'll. Oh, let's do Strum. Just cause. And So what else we need to do? 6. Kill Siegebreaker, kill Mag. All right. Make sure I have the small item icons in the D4. I know, right? Were you set on Rogue main before D4 release? Yes, because Rogue was the closest thing to Demon Hunter. And since I was pretty avid since I play a hell of a lot of Demon Hunter, like the Rogue kind of made the most sense. Even though I still prefer the Demon Hunter over Rogue, like by a long shot. Is it Chamara yet? Get wrecked. Yeah. But I got Siegebreaker. I probably should pick up some stuff because I don't have enough sockets to socket anything. No, I can't do that. I need that. Okay, so Siegebreaker. So it's also a bounty, but I'm not gonna do it. Currently playing the hopeful build. Yeah, because last of us using the D3 were a banger and got huge petition rate. It did. So I gotta somehow be able to find items good enough while playing on expert to be able to finally play on at least Torment, to then be able to find, you know, actual items like ethereals or whatever, be able to hopefully get, you know, a pretty decently strong character. Siegebreaker. All right. Why do I prefer Demon Hunter? Because the Demon Hunter is you know, primarily a class designed for range play per se, more ranged base skills. And you can mostly tell that was the case. I mean, obviously you got stuff like, you know, Impale and things that obviously more designed close range, but Demon Hunter has just more of a range archetype class in general, whereas Rogue is a hybrid, and you only get you know, a few skills in both of those categories, but Rogue isn't necessarily a true hybrid. You either do one or the other. You don't really get to play, you know, some melee, some range type order. You're not picking a range skill and a melee skill on a Rogue. You're just not. So the Rogue ends up being more handicapped because you're only playing into one archetype at a time, meaning you have half the amount of skills as other classes do, or whatever archetype you're playing, which doesn't really make any sense at the end of the day. I know what they were trying to do, but it just doesn't work that way. So honestly, Rogue should have just been the assassin. you know, more melee, quick melee skill based type stuff that, you know, play more into Flurry and Twisting Blades with other melee-ish assassin-ish type skills, right? And then have a whole different class like the Amazon or something be like your range class or something with, you know, bow attacks or whatever, and, you know, javelins and, you know, that kind of stuff. Like, that's, in my opinion, what they should have did. I prefer range. My interesting little skill called Chain Lightning. So I don't like sword. Every time I see every time I see everybody play Chain Lightning, they always played it up close. Everybody I've seen play Chain Lightning played it like in melee range for whatever strange reason. Why is that? I don't know much about it. That's why I'm asking. But every time I see someone play it, they're always playing it like up close, like literally like, you know, hugging the mobs close. Otherwise, I actually would have tried to spec for that, but I've never seen anyone play it at range. So I was like, okay. It's a shotgun skill. Well, yeah, so that's not really a range skill then. Like when I mean range, like Demon Hunter, when I mean like range, Demon Hunter, you can actually play it at a distance. I'm not talking about like a skill that has the range tag that you play in melee range or at melee. That's not the same thing. So no, I wouldn't like Chain Lightning at all because it's technically a melee skill with the range tag. I still can't wear. Let's see. How many sockets am I missing? Yeah. I guess what does chapter 2 give me right now? 4 out of 11. Plea a Nephilim Rift on expert difficulty higher. I can't do that yet. Fully equip one of your followers. I can kind of do that.
Suits me. I'll take that off your hands.
The inevitability of range classes that you are ranged until you can't 2 or 3 shot an enemy and then you become a close range. Well, I mean, there's also with the design, the AI design of mobs being the way they are, where they kind of ignore most CCs, like, you know, like soft CCs, and, you know, being able to control pretty well, and obviously the incentives that you get more damage, Paragon knows when you're closer, or aspects when you're closer, like you're more incentivized. You gain more damage by doing things up close. There's really no incentive to play range because there's nothing that, and any of the kits really, that says, you know, if you are at this particular amount of yards or whatever, you deal X of damage, or if less than X amount of enemies are around you, you deal, you know, X amount. Like there's no incentive, whereas there's multiple incentives to play up close. So it's like, well, why play any other way? And of course, you know, skills that can hit multiple times, the incentive is to play close because you can shotgun those skills, which I think is a cool thing, but it means that you technically pretty much are stuck having to do that, aka firebolt for an example, right? Because it gets shotgun, you're incentivized to shotgun because it just makes way more sense to do so. Yeah, so kill Asmodan, kill Zoltan Cole. And let's transmog item. There you go. I actually had the same conversation with the devs at the Blizzard HQ, by the way. Hey, Dread. Especially Leviathan, who knows, you know, how I feel about that kind of stuff. That's how we do it in Tristram. Say it. Say it, scoundrel. Say it. Alright, so what we got? Asmodan. Leviathan's favorite is Shadow. Well, yeah, it is. But before Shadow was a thing, the Shadow set wasn't always there, right? He actually enjoyed multi-shot before Shadow, before he became a Shadow man. So he gets it. Like he gets thoroughly where I'm coming from with that. I'm getting like decent amount of death breaths, I guess. Hope they don't nerf the sword for basic builds. They will. They will. They will nerf it. Like it's coming. There's little reason to believe it's gonna make it the way it is. I mean, it's overtuned. So yeah, the big three are pretty overtuned. The Lucian, the Locrane or Lorcian amulet or whatever, however you pronounce that, and of course the basic attack sword. Like, all three of those are getting touched for sure. Also, doesn't help how zoomed in the game is. Well, I mean, they zoomed out. Like we're able to see better now than before. So they actually did allow us to zoom out a little bit more. So that really isn't really the issue, or as much of an issue as just the way the game just is designed currently. Like I guess however the game rewards you for playing, put it that way. Like there's no rewards for doing other things, for doing or playing other ways. You're rewarded for taking hits and taking hits and being in melee range. You're rewarded for it, which is fine if you can survive and live, right? That nothing wrong with that. But the opposite doesn't exist. You're not rewarded for playing keep away. You know what I mean? AJ, he's a Okay, so what else I gotta do next? What do I got? Season journey. Season chapter 2 is 7 out of 11 completed. Craft the level 70 ringer amulet. Can I do that? Should be able to. Let's see what we got. Cool. We did that. I guess I gotta try to finish a rift. As mug. Placing a property on something. So sure. So there's two things I got left here, right? That is finish a rift and transmog. And yeah, okay, so I'm pretty close. But I don't know if I can actually finish the Nephilim Rift though on expert yet. It's gonna be a slog, man. So no, such a bad, terrible bow. Might be stronger than what I got though. Nope. But whatever, we'll wear it. At least I'm able to survive a little bit better. But you got more vitality, especially on lots of pieces of gear now. You have an idea what the rogue build would be good before transitioning to one of the specialized builds? Honestly, arrow storms. I don't have much more information to tell you other than that, but I'll probably be responsible for writing up a guy like that on Maxroll, which transitions really well into Endurios. It's worse. They can't leave the socks just yet. Well, it's hard to say because it's like, again, with so many items changing, specifically unique items, it's kind of like best to wait until we know what they look like or what they are, in a sense. Otherwise, it'll be like I say something now and then all of a sudden they release a patch, or they give us patch notes for season 5, like with the updated uniques or whatever, and it's like, oh well, now I have to readjust everything again. So because so many items are changing, it's just kind of like, you know, I know what the baseline of what we're gonna do, but again, a lot of that could change at a whim. Kind of crazy that I didn't get an ethereal while leveling up though. Like sometimes you get lucky by, you know, getting one of those by leveling up, something that's like really strong. Like, which obviously puts me in a situation where I'm right now, where I'm just like hella weak until I get something. I want to know the unique values for the build I'm making. Same. I feel you, anxious for more information. I feel you. I know. I'm just sitting on ideas until I know what's gonna actually happen. Okay, there we go. Yeah, we got a chest with the triple socket. That's good. So I need one more socket to
What skill should I use?
I don't have anything else with another socket in it yet. I do have a helm though. We'll put that here.
A gift for
The
me.
ring, so we'll be done with equipping the. Oh, I need the freaking token. Crap. I guess I have to craft one. Yeah. I mean, Lucian's gonna get nerfed to some extent. But yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying. Go. Favorite key. Yeah, can I get another item with the socket? Come on. Oh well, no, this already have a socket there.
I am returning to town.
Oh, they increase the resource cost and not the damage as is. I mean, you'll have a couple of builds that would be really good with that. I guess it just depends on how much they will increase the resource cost, right? I think like for combo point builds, you wouldn't care how much they would increase because you'll just adjust your attack speed or whatever based on that or whatever. But like other builds where you're spamming are gonna, would and might hate the idea of that. But I think that's one way to go about it. I say that much. Yeah, so I gotta. That basic attack reset the buff to 0. So like using a basic attack wouldn't help. Is that what you're trying to say? Like it'll make things worse, or to reset to 0? Well, if you increase the resources and you have the basic attack reset to 0, what play style do you think that will be fun for at that point? Because people, I mean, as you know right now, people will bitch, you know, running out of resources at any point, period. Like, if you can't spam your skill endlessly and you're going to run out of resources, people are not going to like that. Be very upset. And inside Barrage, said shred with the new catering. So you're saying that it'll be more like a niche, unique per se. That I guess if it was strong enough, people may not mind. But I can already imagine people saying it's going to be extremely clunky. But that would be very clunky to play. But like the thing about it is that if most builds in the game can't spam with it, then most people are trying to play most other specs, well, every other spec basically, right? All your right click specs are gonna say it's clunky. Basic attacks and combo points are already pay LP. Well, I'm not really saying about that though. I'm saying the gameplay. If you're running out of resources all the time on your right click builds, you mentioned 2 builds. There's like 40, 50 other builds that are basically right click only, right? Like I guess you could say, spam 1 core skill type ordeal. Like, what about all of those? If you could spam if you invest in it. Well, that's the way it is right now. Right? Right now, you can spam if you invest in it. So why change it? I mean, I don't necessarily disagree. I'm just saying, like, for the masses, why change something you can already do? Why make it harder to spam? So like only like maybe the 1% of players might be able to actually spam a skill with that unique. Because then you're gonna have 99% of players complaining that they can't use that unique. Or that they can't spam with that unique. And now you kind of open up a different can of worms.
See you soon.
Where it's like, oh, that unique is only for the 1% of players, or less than 1% of players. Well, not exactly what that is, but so let me get a cash. But I do agree that the investment is very low. I'm just playing devil's advocate here. Good glove. Okay. So at least we got a 2-piece going on. Sprite trap deals. Put the back cow traps. So how's this gonna feel? The 2-piece. It's been a long time since I actually just used the 2-piece by itself, and that's it. I feel like this is gonna feel really bad. Need of a hatred spender. Let's just do custom trigger. Then maybe Actually, we can do which instead of pig. Then most builds need to use Starless anyways with this, so it's already a 1% build. I wouldn't say all of them would need to. You could technically do Intersight Barrage without Starless with Lucian. Technically. It will be hard, but it's possible. But again, you know, that's still talking about the 1% of 1% of builds. But I guess my idea is that like what's not being answered or tackled is, you know, that's a unique that only becomes that, or you can play around with. Man, I guess a Starless. Well, yeah, I guess, yeah, because you would need a Starless. Most of the builds. I guess so. I guess then the complaint would be about needing a Starless to use Lucy, right? So yeah, I guess you can't really stop. You can't win in that scenario. You guys want to see core skills good again? Well, I mean, you can just make basic attacks not work with Lucian. That would solve that, honestly. You can keep Lucian the way it is right now and just don't make basic attacks work with it. Don't allow the sword and the helm to work together, and then boom, core skills have more use. The helm I'm making it. The helm, I mean, we will still I'll put this. The helm, the unique is going in, but it's not going to make it in the current at the current power that is in right. But yes. God, this is so I don't want the 125% damage not to get nerfed. I mean, I do think it's also like absurd amount of damage as a unique helm versus like, let's say, for like a regular unique and not even like a unique, not like a a mythic item. So I mean, I guess there is that too. Yeah, I mean, if you want to like not have another basic season or whatever, then the sword needs to get hit more than anything, and the sword should not work with the helm. I have a feeling Spiritborn is a combination of the two. It's not. There's nothing like it. I can say that much. I can say there's no other class that reminds me of any like. There's nothing that reminds me of a different class when I play the Spiritborn. You know what I can do? I don't think I have the resources to do it though. We'll see. Instead of trying to do like this whole like spy trap thing to deal some damage. Yeah, dude. Must have been some cow traps or whatever, so I probably should do that too. But God, Nats feels so freaking clunky earlier on. It's there. This feels so awful. Hey, actually, you know what? Okay. Actually gives me some sort of a multiplier of some sort. Let's go back to bolas. So we can still do spy trap here, I guess. I can also kind of pull around the trap too, so I guess it'll worse. Yeah, talking about the sewer, I'm gonna get in nerf. I mean, I don't have to really talk about it. They already said that those were gonna get touched. So, I mean, I'm not saying anything that isn't already, you know, already in the works. Didn't know your sword is so young. I mean, I don't think they're gonna like completely gut the sword. I mean, it might go for something like 300% to like maybe half that value. I mean, even if it was half that value, it would still be very good. You would still use it in a basic attack build. Like, it's still good enough for that. Well, this is rough though. Trying to play with Nas early on. me see if I can at least play on Torment. If I can at least play on Torment, that'd be fine. When's the Blizzard video tomorrow? I would say video. There's gonna be a live stream tomorrow. I think I might be able to handle Torment. Maybe. Maybe. Like a strong maybe. Oh, whoops. Possibly even a, what is it? GR. I mean, the 4 pieces. Yeah, I mean, the 4 pieces. I really don't want to try to get the 6 piece. I'd rather just try to find God 6 and roll with it. D3 dungeons are better design than D4. I agree with that. Yeah. Actually, how much of the chapter 3 have I done so far? I'm not about to do all those bounties right now. No, that is not happening. What we will do is try to do Torment. Cannot farm on Torment. Okay. Guess some area damage, I guess. Some movement speed. Yeah, so how many great wave keys do we have? Torment 2 equivalent. Let's try 10. Okay, this actually isn't too bad. I think I probably need to stick to Torment 1. Nephilim Rifts until I can get some God 6 pieces. All I really can do at the moment. Or like keep resetting T1 bounties maybe so I can get the Warrior Ring as well. Can I explain Spiritborn in D3 terms? Nope. I mean, you'll see tomorrow. Got less than a day left. Who's gonna know? Any Blizzard employee that happens to stop by my stream or watch a VOD, because they know that we have NDA and they know that we played it, so they do check for stuff like this. So you know, and people talk. D3 Elite and Champion packs look cooler. I agree. It's also very easy to tell, you know, what's an elite and what's, you know, a champion or whatever. Not that I would want the same color scheme, like things to be like colorful in that sense. But it's certainly more helpful to have them as obvious looking as they are, like they do in Diablo 3. Whatever, it's Tide. Can Spiritborn jump on bosses' shoulders and poke their eyes out? I don't know. Maybe. Maybe there's a unique that allows that. Who knows? How's it going? Not much. Just trying out an earlier stream time, basically. I started at 6 p.m., around 6 p.m. roughly, rather than my usual 10-ish p.m. Now I'm trying to catch up a little bit on D3, which a bit far behind on. Like very far behind on. Okay, got some belts. This one is actually pretty useful. Yeah, this one's actually useful. Oh wait, I can level up thing. Is that ultimate move? If only if, right? Yeah, I'm gonna become a full daywalker like you? Nah. Do I give up on the stupid staff? Yes. The thing is that you don't, I mean, I guess you get double legendaries, which is kind of like the draw, I guess. But outside of that, I mean, I don't think it's really worth farming it for the staff for that, to be honest. Like, there's nothing else you want besides that. Because you can take every other useful one. You don't want double depth breaths. You don't want some of the other perks or whatever. So it's like, I never farmed for the staff. Like I just never did. Okay, so this actually might be strong enough for me to like use. Am I gonna be on early live tomorrow when they finish the stream? That's a good question. I don't know. I don't know how long the stream is gonna go for. So it's not that bad. Where's the yellow at? There you are. I was hoping the grenades would do a little more damage than they're doing, but it's not terrible. Ow. You farm Mather for quality of life? Yeah, probably. Like later on, usually. You said my video was frozen? Oh, okay. I'm trying a new OBS thing that released. It's supposed to increase the quality of Twitch, but also give you more options for those that might not have enough bandwidth for the additional quality. But I don't know how that's really working out. Okay, dance. Not good. God, I hate Natalia so much. portrait. Yay. There you go.
I am returning to town.
Shitty amulet. Alright. Bruh, leave me alone. Because once the stream is over, NDA is that you can share info and video, right? I can, but I don't know if I'm gonna like. I don't know if I'm gonna like actually do like video content. Because realistically speaking, with so many people putting out video content almost around the same exact time, like what are the odds or that people are gonna actually watch what I put out? For the amount of work that it would require to actually, you know, cover the Spiritborn in this entirety that I've learned in you know this past weekend. So I probably just talk about it and show images and video feed or whatever maybe that I personally have. But like I don't think I'd make a video out of it.
I've dug up some new things for you to take a look at.
I feel more powerful.
Let's see.
See you soon. That is too expensive.
Did not get lucky with the quiver. Have enough to create a rare item. Do that. Ah, man. Really, this is what I get. Fletcher's fried. That's what I get. It's totally what I get for trying to get something good. Let's greater rifts again. Let's try 13. Try to get everything together, clumped together. This is actually going pretty well. I mean, you can go live. LOL. I definitely tune in and go through everything. Yeah. So I mean, like talking about it live, sure. Like, I'll talk about it live. Yeah. In terms of video content, like usually my videos never do well when I talk about generalized content or anything that doesn't have anything to do with Rogue, and even that's a hit or a miss, just depending on the topic about Rogue. So. But my live streams will be fine. They always are when it comes to stuff like that. Okay, still legendary again. Terrible one. I think I can kind of probably still continue to rank up a bit, because I can just elite hunt, I guess. That should be fine. Okay, and over, I guess we got something. I wonder if that feels better than trying to do the trap thing. Probably does, has to. Shit. 16. Okay. Except probably should have went over penetration, but oh well. I want them to bring back the older Battle Pass cosmetic back on the Season 2 gear. That would be very nice, actually. I'm surprised they don't do that. Like a maybe like a separate Battle Pass where like just for stuff like that. For conduit. It's been a long time since I've been excited about a conduit. On the elites. J-Mac. Yo, let me in the thing. There you go. Wait, I still didn't get the. Oh, no, I did. Okay. It's great to say. This is good. This would have been a really good like push this scenario. Transformers. Frig, what's going on? Her gloves. UE gloves, okay. Not mad at that. They're ancient and they're actually not that bad. Alright. Cool. How's the build going? I've yet to get a build yet. Works a bit different than it does in D4. Until you get a set, like a full 6-piece set, you don't have a build at all. Unless you're playing LOD, and in that case, you still don't have a build until way later. So yeah, I don't have any. I won't have anything for a while. So I definitely don't want to finish the season journey for the Nat set that I definitely do not want. So I'm gonna have to slowly grind it out for God 6, which is gonna take some time. The whole build ain't working. Let's see. Let's get some over penetration. Actually, I think whatchamacallit might actually be better. Let's try 15. I mean, a 2-piece shadow set is very strong, yes, but I don't have even 1 piece of that yet, so that's not the seasonal journey set, so. I do have a Greenstone fan, so I can instant give elites for the most part, which is my saving grace right now. Without it, I'd be doing like no damage. Actually, the Impale knife would actually be pretty good for this too as well. The Impale dagger. So I might actually try to upgrade a dagger. I get some more death breaths again. The burrito. Don't think I'll be pushing LBs like I used to. I just want to nail my D4 builds for 4 seasons in. Maybe D3 recapture art again. Yeah. I mean, the thing about it is that, like, yeah. I don't know. I mean, Ethereal is a really, really fun season, so I'm excited to kind of jump back into it. I'm a little late though, but generally speaking, my draw in D3 was to always kind of push the first weekend, roughly like Monday or Tuesday after the first weekend, to try to go for like rank 1 world clears on Demon Hunter. And there's always like a couple of people who would, like, you know, race me or, you know, compete against me for stuff like that. But because I was in, you know, Cali for the weekend, obviously I couldn't do that with them, and there's no way I'd be able to catch up now. So this is definitely more of a casual attempt at playing for this season. How's the trip to Blizzard? A lot of fun. Obviously the new class was a lot of fun to play and mess with, but being able to meet all the other creators and stuff was probably the highlight, to be honest with you. You better remove all Paragon points into a task speed, since the Barrage and Quiver will have a task speed rose. Yeah. For God 6, that is. Not for the other sets, but for God 6, yes. Not that you play with the Breeze with anything other than God 6, but I mean, I guess you can technically. Wouldn't advise you to, but you can. Juggernaut. So spread out. It's not good. I need to get more closed in. Most of them are delusionists too. There we go. Season 25, 20, 28 hardcore spin. Have a season 5, 25 looking at all the cool ethereal builds. Well, that was season 24, right? Season 25 was the soul shards. But yeah, I know what you meant. Soul shards were actually a lot of fun too. I didn't like the Ring of Fire thing, but I'll grab my simplicity strength later. It's just only one guaranteed legendary at the end, which is, oof, it'll take me forever this route. But at least I do get some blood shards. Think about it, just do Nephilim rifts. I can't really go any higher. Rucksack. Can my sentries do enough damage for me to consider rucksack? I guess I'm about to find out. Also, I guess I can do this. Might enjoy this a little bit more anyways, Maelstrom. Okay, not too bad. Yeah. I think this is the best I'm gonna be able to do for a bit. That's breath. Yeah, you're so excited to get another chance. Do you have any D3 legacy pieces like NASA? I do not. I didn't hold on to it. But I did hold on to my Calamity though. I had a very GG Calamity from early days of vanilla. Definitely kept that. I just could not bring myself to sell it. See if I can cut him. Maybe get into World Tier 3 with this. The Centuries. Dealing some damage. Yeah. Making some progress though. This isn't too bad, I guess. Yeah. Pursue. I don't think I ever had the legacy Nats. Honestly. I never had the full set. By the time I was like getting pieces, they made the new set, and of course the legacy wouldn't drop anymore. So the only way for you to even get your hands on legacy Nats at that point in time was to pay real money, and I wasn't gonna do that. Give me how do I get why do you spawn way over there? Oh, never mind. I don't think I got a single legendary this run. Oof. Yeah, isn't there some new farming mode so we don't do bounties anymore? Yeah, it's the I forgot what they're called. But they spawn open world basically. Fissures or whatever, visions, fissures.
Hello there. Do come back again.
All right, Alright, let me actually try to see if I can do a T3. Like I might regret this, but we're gonna try anyway. Actually, what I should do is a ball and then that's about it. So change where the skills are. There we go.
What should I train?
I heard Goblin, but I don't want to like let him know that I'm here quite yet. Until I get my Benanaz back.
You're getting too good at this.
Okay, let's go. That's all the damage I did to him? What? You're stuck though. You can't go nowhere. Not the goblin I really want that early, but okay. Ooh, Hexen Pants. That worked. Actually, these actually work right now too. Now that I have centuries out. Put on to the side there. Tell me, Rose, what's going on? You see me struggling, trying to get a decent set to play. I don't want to like try to get a 6-piece Nats and play with that. So I'm trying to just farm up the God 6 or UE, whichever one comes first, or Marauders, really. Or even 2-piece Shadow would be fine. Anything actually at the moment. Vanilla, what's going on? I'm thinking the Creeping Death would be a good replacement for Retribution. That's if Retribution actually, you know, doesn't double dip anymore. Because if it still does, then you're gonna do Retribution somewhere. Use my fan. I was in the wrong spot. You do anything for Ethereal Dagger for Shadow? Man, that was such a shame, honestly, that Shadow got screwed so hard with Ethereal Season. Probably should try to do Spitfire is nice, but I think Skyline Bolt is probably going to be the better. Auto attack was going on, so did I give you the scoop? Is Chrome Stack going to be saved with new changes with uniques? I mean, if there's nothing I can tell you that you haven't already seen when it comes to the season 5 changes so far. So like if it hasn't been shown by any of the content creators who were in that call, that also includes me, then we don't know. So I will say that a lot of uniques are getting pretty major reworks. So high possibility. No, yeah, but we don't know anything else other than what we told you guys about the meeting that we had, that we were able to share. So we don't have any like super secret info past that point to share. Had to try. All good. Bro, drop me some legendaries, man. Miss. Oh, he survived the fan. Two keys. 77 shards.
I need to go back.
True, I may still incorporate. Well, yeah, I mean, corporate. Creeping death would be better than like a different aspect, but it just wouldn't be retribution. Like, I'm sure there's another spot you can trade out for. But yeah, I mean, creeping death is really strong. So yeah, you do want it somewhere. How many death breaths do I have actually? Do I have enough? Nope, 15. Oof. It's a regular treasure goblin. Hopefully he'll at least drop me a legendary. Oh, I missed the fan. Wow, nothing. Trying to, what I think is your rogue and Dario's puncture build. Quick question. You mean the one on Maxroll? This goes for the business as well. If I use dual daggers, why does the bow matter? Or what on the bow matters? So I mean, it doesn't. You can do crossbow or bow. It doesn't really matter at the end of the day. This bow just makes casting like cow traps feel a lot better. It's kind of really it. But it doesn't matter which you use there, bow or crossbow. It doesn't really actually matter. Oh, I was in the middle of that. Do I enjoy D4 more than D3 nowadays? Well, I mean, currently, yeah. I mean, especially Season 4, yeah. But there are definitely some aspects about D3 that I like more. Greater Rifts for one. Demon Hunters over Rogue in general. But yeah. But does the affix matter or weapon speed? No, it does not, because you don't actually use the bow or crossbow. That's why I was saying it doesn't matter. It doesn't do anything for your damage or your attack speed for Andario's puncture build at all. It literally, the reason why is there. Oh, wow, this is in a different set. Class set item, really? Wow. But that's why I say it doesn't legit actually matter. But, you know, one or the other has to go in the planner, right? So, like, you can do either or. This bow just makes casting cow traps, which you have to do all the time anyways. It just makes that faster, but that's it. So it can be a white bow. I mean, technically, yeah. And it won't do anything to your damage, really. Well, I mean, well, you can't temper it. Right? You can't temper a white bow. So, I mean, it needs to be a bow in which you could temper to get your stats on, obviously. But, I mean, but that's about it. The item level or whatever doesn't matter. Mr. Mark, what's going on? He said, how was the trip? It was good. It was good. I had a lot of fun. I got there kind of late because plane delay, fortunately, but I was still able to enjoy myself mostly. To do stats in this matter? Well, yeah, like regular stats, yes, because you okay, so you know how you temper items, like you temper the items and you masterwork the items or whatever, like. The stats on all the items actually matter, right? So just like on like a glove or a ring or whatever, like the stats matter in general because it affects your character in general. So yes, like the stats on the weapon matters, just like it would for any other thing. So even though the damage of the weapon doesn't matter because you're not using any skills that cast from the bow, the stats on the bow do matter, yes. It doesn't matter if it's a bow or a crossbow. Yeah, if you want to get your, double chance to proc puncture, well, that's gonna matter on the bow because it's a general stat. Does that make sense? That's why we recommend it on the Maxroll guide, because well, those things do affect your character. So short and point bow or crossbow is basically a stat stick for Endario puncture builds. I know you've been around a lot, but I'm not going to LA. No, I did go. There's two groups that were going. The first group went early, so I was part of the first group. So I got a chance to play the Spiritborn and everything. The second group is a much smaller group, and they're going to be live streaming the expansion stuff. So the stuff that I've already played, as well as like about 100 other partners that also got flown out. I'm gonna say 100. Like I would say about 50-ish or whatever that got flown out across the world. There's gonna be only 4 live streamers streaming it tomorrow. Yeah, the second group are like the major guys, with the exception of Macro. He's not nearly as big as Rudy or Rax. So they chose Rudy and Rax as like the big guys or whatever, and then they chose Macro and Fame Regardless, who also play the game a lot, but not, don't have the size of audience as the other two does. I think it's a diverse group of players in terms of how they play the game. So good choices in my opinion. You could have switched Robin Macro. I don't know. You could, but I mean, I would say Rob and Woody are very similar in terms of how they approach the game. So, like, what do you gain by having two people that play the game very similarly? See what I'm saying? Like, Fame is a great choice because she typically doesn't always play the meta. She plays so many different styles of builds on all classes. So, like, you get a different flavor when you're watching her play, but she knows her stuff, right? So, and Rax, obviously is, knows his shit, but he's more casual-ish nowadays. He's not hardcore like he used to be. Woody is obviously your hardcore type guy. So I think the styles of that they pick makes a lot of sense. You don't want 4 people that play and look or have the same approach to the game, because then what's the point of having 4 of them when you can just have one of them? Right? So so I think the people that they picked made a lot of sense. Yeah, so we can't look at like, just how many people or how well known the individual is when it comes to this case. And I think that's the reason, that's kind of like part of the reason why I do kind of like doing things for Blizzard, because they don't always just look at your numbers and be like, oh, you have 50,000 followers. Okay, you might be able to partake in this very thing. Whereas Last Epoch and Path of Exile definitely do that. With the exception of like pulling some strings for smaller creators, like let's say if you're part of a big branch of on a website or something like that. Like, so like if you're affiliated with people, you might can get you might can get in. Whereas Blizzard will literally choose people that or showcase people that are much lesser well known, but they just like what they bring to the table. You want Robin because he's entertaining? Well, I mean, yeah, but I guess who would you replace in that would what would Rob offer that Woody wouldn't offer besides personality? right? Obviously, Rob and Mudicho have different personalities, but in terms of gameplay, I mean, you know what I mean? Like gameplay approach or whatever, they're similar, like very similar. Usually has less emotion than Marks, but yeah. But I guess again, we're talking about personality here. I think Blizzard was trying to showcase different styles of gameplay and approach to the game. I don't think they were worried about personality in this and who they chose. And you got macro anyways, which is enough personality for everyone. Let's be honest. Same with Rax-ish. Whoa, wait. I didn't like instant give him? Because I didn't get enough stacks. Nope, I didn't get enough stacks. Appreciate the follows. Oh, the other thing left the area. Woody has a very high tolerance when it comes to losing characters. He's just like, yeah, alright, you know, we go again kind of thing. Then again, I think also too that like there is a thing where like, you know, I think playing hardcore, or if you're playing hardcore, you know, generally speaking, you're going to garnish a bigger audience, because with hardcore gives people the, you know, idea that, oh, he's playing hardcore, he must be like better than the other guys who don't play hardcore, right? So like the casual audience kind of likes the idea of the care, you know, someone can die at any point. It's also good for viewing, right? Because it's like, you know, you get a point where, like, let's say Woody, who likes to take risk, right? It's kind of like, oh shit, is he gonna really die like today or whatnot? So it's actually kind of exciting to watch, right? So I think giving how well he does in D4, you know, him losing a character is just like, yeah, all right, well, you know, we'll do it again, because you guys will be here watching me do it again. So, you know what I mean? Like, it's even more exciting watching him level like a new build and coming up with a new approach or a way of doing something. So it is kind of exciting watching him in hardcore. I won't say the same thing for a lot of other players who play hardcore, unfortunately. Only because a lot of times they play very, very safe, so it's kind of like there's very little risk involved. I like watching Chronix, who doesn't mind taking some risk, and Moody will be like, fuck it, let's go for it. right? We lose our character, we lose our character. It is what it is. Right? Like those are more exciting. Personally, for me to watch in hardcore. Also, the class matters too as well. I mean, if you're playing Barb in hardcore, I mean, then you might as well be playing softcore. Just saying. Like Quinn's death. Barb would die a lot more in season 5. Bro, why can't I get a legendary to drop? That entire run not seeing a legendary drop. Come on. Ugh.
Hello there. That is too expensive.
I'm not getting any legendaries even from gambling. Like this is equally as rough. No, that's not what I was hoping for. I was hoping to get the Carlisles maybe. A 50% chance to get it. And the game said no. Definitely a oof there. It's gonna take me forever. God, it's gonna take me forever. Jigglypuff, it's been a minute since I seen you. How you been, man? You think Barrage will be Esther? Probably. I wouldn't doubt it. Barb is like, well, I don't know if anyone has played Heroes of the Storm or whatever, but Barb is like Kael'thas, like early Kael'thas. KT, whatever you want to call him. Where like KT was like so OP for such a long period of time. And no matter how many times they try to nerf him, he was still like way too good. Like, for the first year and some change of the Heroes of the Storm's official release. Even in beta, same thing. Like I'm gonna be forced to have to farm for this freaking Nat set though, given how slow I might be like acquiring items right now. It's sad because I really don't even, like, I really need the Nats legendaries to make the 6-piece Nats even work. So do I really want to suffer through all that, trying to get all that just to be able to get the thing I really want? This is definitely a slow run, but J-Bird, what's going on? I will say that, interestingly enough, the controls in D3 feel better than D4. Just controlling your character in general, it feels better in D3. They're definitely more fluid. Oh, freaking shielding. I had that shut up for a long time. Okay, I got a consumable, crossbow, shadow chest. It's weird because it's better.
Let's see what we can do. I need to go back.
Yeah, but even with the nurse bar, it'd be at least A tier. It's just really hard to say, honestly. Because again, we don't have, there's so many uniques that we haven't seen reworked, per se. So who knows what's going to end up happening. But let's just say Macro. Macro has been very vocal about Barbs having multiple weapon slots, and the reason why, like, other classes have been kind of hindered because, you know, in terms of, I'll say other classes have been hindered, but balancing has been ridiculously hard for them because, you know, the whole, you know, different classes having different amount of weapons, especially Barb. So he hammers that point home a lot. Like, he strongly feels like other classes can't have cool stuff because if Barbs had it, if it was universal and Barbs can get it too, then, you know, it'll make Barbs OP. Like, he strongly feels the whole attack speed thing was removed because, you know, it was strong. It was way too strong on Barb. But I digress. Pretty sure all I really need to be doing is fighting these elites, and that's it. It's kind of boring to do that, though. It's the only way I'm gonna get anywhere in these runs. Your Jason Doc says not ball. Yeah, it's here underneath his at. You are? He said if that was true, the bar would go S tier, Rogue A tier, other classes B tier every season. Well, you also got to remember that there's a whole system based around the weapon types and also how many slots you have. Rogue's power is based on their key passes mostly. That's kind of it. So there is class design in that equation too. Rogues are kind of in that same category about the bugs thing too as well. But rogues have only been good when they had a build that, you know, had a bugs introduced in some way. Every season. It'll probably end up being the same way next season. Because it's looking like precision is not going to get fixed. Nor is close quarters combat, and hopefully they understand that they broke Victimize again, but in the other way it was in before season 4, and fix that. Otherwise Victimize will be useless next season, any build. So there is that too. So Rogue kind of lives or die based on based on what's bugged and what's not bugged. And 30 stacks. Yeah.
I'm here to help.
Nas boots. Okay, that's a 3-piece.
I am returning to town.
So Copium, they're saving big changes, fixes for expansion. I don't doubt that. Every expansion they've done has been significant changes to the game, so I don't doubt that, honestly. But yeah. They're 3 for 3 for expansions being awesome so far. Yeah, they are. I mean, that's the one thing we can say that they've actually been good at doing.
What a steal.
Yes, nice Siri. And a pretty decent roll at that. Yeah, cool. Alright, so see how this feels. Meantime, let's save these Actually, you know what I can do though? I
I've dug up some new
don't know if I had the mass to do it, but we'll see. Actually, should I cube? No, I should wear that because that's actually decently rolled. Ish, kind of decent. I mean, decent for early, like this earlier on. Mm. See if I can distract. Do I have enough to do it? I don't have enough death breath to distract. Okay, well, I guess we'll just do Hunger and Noah for a bit. It should be good, maybe. Yeah, so, still need just a little more oomph, but I guess this is the start. What songs are the kids playing in band these days? It just depends on the area that you teach and the demographic. So like you go from you go from one state to a different state. You're gonna hear different songs for sure. Like for instance, like in the South or whatever, like, you know, North Carolina, South Carolina, you're gonna hear Sweet Caroline all the time because it's you know, a classic, right? But you mean imply, you know, my kids? Or you mean like for like football games and stuff? Then, because like, if I tell you what we play in like band class, you're not gonna know what that is unless you actually do music yourself. Because music, it'll be music literature versus like songs you hear on the radio. But yeah, it's just the demographic I teach is more on the wealthier side, you know, predominantly white, you know, suburban mom, you know, whatever. And a lot of songs in the stands kind of pretty much cater to that particular audience. If that makes sense. So think Final Countdown and Seven Nation Army. You got your Eye of the Tiger is still a pretty popular one. Nothing kind of like newish from the radio or anything. So there aren't really no new hotness when it comes to that. Which is why I think football games are kind of bland. But again, it's the demographic that you're in, so you gotta play what, you know, keeps them happy, keeps the kids in, you know, doing, or keeps them paying for the kids to do band. So definitely not the answer I'm sure you want to hear, but it is the absolute truth, unfortunately.
We cannot afford that.
I don't want to. I'm actually afraid of extracting that, but I need to extract something to like get some more damage. Because right now my damage is absolute shit right now still. You was thinking I was in the inner city, really? Nah. Obviously, in the inner city, you're playing more of those bands are more like show bands for the most part. And so obviously you'd be playing whatever's, you know, on the radio for sure. They're way more fun than football games. I'll I'll put it that way. Yeah, let's do it. Let's extract. Actually, wait a minute. I just realized I can't use it right now. I got the fan. All right, well, that's a rip. If I can like slowly get through a 6. Super slowly. I'm not getting any drops. Should probably try the visions. This attack speed feels so bad. And everything hurts. Rip. Okay, so we're not gonna be able to do that either. Yeah, this is such a slow grind because freaking Nat says. King, appreciate the follow. Oh, I guess I'll do bounties, I guess, until I open up one of those rifts things. One pylon game is such a joke. Bro, I'm just trying to get stuff. But I mean, this kind of really exposes like the issue I generally have with D3, where it's like there's such a big difference between your progression, whereas like the lower levels, you know, you feel like you actually have to play for a while to get an upgrade, and then the moment you have your 6 pieces, like you skip everything. Oh really? It's a 1 floor, whatchamacallit. Okay. Uneventful. That was the most diplomatic version of you got to remember that these are just simple farmers. These are people of the land, the common clay of the New West, you know. Whereas everywhere. I didn't really know how else to really like approach it. At least the bounties might actually be worth it if I can at least get a Voyo ring.
Not enough discipline.
Oh yeah, I'll take that. That helps. So I have not seen the ethereal yet, though. Interesting, because I think the last time I played season 24, I actually found one leveling up. I'm sure I was probably incredibly lucky when I did, but man. Marching band music hasn't changed at all in 30 years. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, like in terms of like the football game stuff, yeah, it's all the same stuff, basically. Can I get another visions, please? Yeah. I will kill him. Yay, vision's right when I finish this. Here's something decent. Nope. Wow, another one floor. The small space to fight these things into. I got a something out of that. What did I get? Arkstone, Age Fist, and Nemesis Bracers. That's the second time in a row I got a one floor vision. Strange. There we go. Let's try this again. Just starting up with Rip Guardians again. Okay. None of you dropped any keys. How stingy. There's no way for me to run. True. Oh, it's another knife series. That was me better than what I got though. Obviously, at least I can. Yeah, it's not gonna be better than what I got. I'm gonna have to like zerg my way through this. My fam now has to kind of jump up. I got walled in. You by yourself in the corner. Yes, sir.
Not enough discipline.
I guess that's all that was. Guess this is the end. Get back here. Oh, I gotta. It's like a better rafts.
I've become your familiar.
or any of these upgrades. This ring might be. Yeah, definitely a much better Wrath. That there. So I can extract this though. At least wear that now. J-Mac.
Not enough discipline.
No power, no shield, no kind of sounds like dude. Oh, you mean my luck? Yes, basically. So you got rank 5 on the Marauder set machine. All right, let's see. Let's see what's in this cache, if it's anything. Bracers.
Wanna see what you'll get?
336 plus shards.
See you soon. That will look nice on you.
Hunter's Wrath, yes, that helps. That's what I was looking for.
What? That is too expensive.
So we got somewhat of an upgrade, I guess. Don't really need that. I need that for now. I wonder if that let me do T6 now. Probably not, but ever tried demonizing WoW? Actually, I've never played WoW at all. Let's see. Just see what torment. Yeah, let's do Nephilim Rifts. Yeah, I'm actually able to kill things. Somewhat. Slowly, but we're killing something. I guess I could stomach this pace a little bit because at least it's T6. Yeah, I guess this is where we're gonna be for a while. T6 until further notice, until I get other stuff.
They employ a surprising degree of care raising their young.
Let's have like a faster weapon though. But this is an ancient two-hand crossbow, so it's kind of like you take what you can get. Yeah. So vengeance. Actually, we don't need custom engineer anymore. Let's do high pursuit. No Ethereal yet? Nope, not yet. I don't even have like I don't have like a two-piece set that I actually want. I have a three-piece Natalia's, but I don't have a warrior ring. I really don't want Nats. But yeah, everything right now has been a struggle. Like up until this point, I mean, I'm okay with farming T6. I was like farming like expert for a bit because I had nothing. And then eventually I got to like T1 and then eventually the T2 or T3. But hopefully T6 will speed things up a little bit in terms of gear acquisition. Ow. The worst drop luck. I always do, man. I always do. It makes me wonder how I was able to even like back in the day compete for, you know, rank 1 world stuff. Because man, my starts are always questionable. Always. Bro, drop me a legendary. Drop me a legendary, please. Wow.
I am returning to town.
I don't think I got a single legendary that ran, and that was a T6. It's kind of insane. I'm consistent, yeah, consistently terrible with the with the RNG. But yes. I might as well do some bounties and try to get better gear from whatchamacallit. Visions, there we go. Didn't reflect my Phantom Knives, did they? Because like I cast the Phantom Knives and I died. So I wonder if that was just a delayed Hungry Arrow that killed me or something. Also need to pick out my pet, right? Always kind of forget to do that at the start of every season. I don't always do. This one. Short visions. I got mauled. That got me nothing.
I need to go back.
Like nothing at all. Yeah, belt. Yeah, and the theory would be very nice though. Like very, very nice at the moment. Actually,
I can create a rift so you might test your skill.
Torment 6 is 435. Nah. So I might get more blood shards this way though. Maybe I can gamble for my crap. If we get him my simplicity strength up, might be the best player right now for some sort of an upgrade. But Master, what's going on? Let's move on to the next map. Come on. Okay. Marauder shoulders. Just Rose. Actually worse, but I'll still wear it. It's actually better than this. Diablo 3 up in here. Trying to do a little something. Little something. So, what's up? Yeah, hard to find a good quiver. Hard for me to find some items, man. Let's see. Ouch. Gambling hurt. Xavier talking into D3. Is this the permanent league now? No. They're still gonna rotate every. They're gonna rotate previous seasons basically every 3 months roughly. So it's just Ethereal's turn this time around. Steady aim, and then let's shatter. I don't know if I'm strong enough for shatter yet. still. Yeah, I haven't seen the ethereal yet, fortunately. Actually, any ethereal right now would be a pretty massive upgrade. Riggedy was going on. I don't even think before D4 would be as good as D3. Probably an expansion. Expansion is always when games usually get good. Diablo games get like really, really good. They get back in D3 too. Yeah, this was fun. That was a really good experience. Hated to leave. It was so much fun. I know I was gonna get beat up there. Come on, I gotta give me better stuff for T6, man. I don't have anywhere to move. There's nowhere to move. It's such a bad area to get 2 of the 3 bosses in this Guardians. I can't survive the poison. At least he's dead now though. I got broken. Good thing it isn't Heartseeker, yeah. I mean, it would probably take me much longer considering my RNG to actually get the stuff I need. I would not do this on T6 at all. I'd be on T1 still probably. If I was doing hardcore. Yeah, I'd probably run a cheat death too. I'm just trying to brute force the process, so I'm kind of zerging my way through, knowing that just trying to get some sort of gear happening. Actually, I probably wouldn't even do visions at all on hardcore until like later. Cause you get a room like this and like you're in trouble. You can't move. See the promos you made? I can't even get an ethereal. It's funny because like the last time I played season 24, I forgot what an ethereal leveling up, which made it pretty easy peasy, but for a strange reason this time around, game is like nah. Check your D3 account, Paragon, 677 before you stop playing. Many years ago, yeah. Game obviously went through some really rough patches before the new dev team came aboard. I said new, but new dev team like came aboard like 6 years ago. They kind of turn things around, and they did a pretty decent job of that. It was quite late though, of course, but they did a good job nonetheless. Not bad. Shitty amulet. Ugh, these things hurt. Way more than like Nephilim Rifts. Guys, drop something. So your theory is gained, you disappear, that's that you can use them in normal. So I enjoy the power creep with here. Well, every season is basically a power creep of some sort. Ethereals is just one way of them doing it. But almost each season pretty much has a power creep or an environmental theme that is essentially also a power creep of some sort. Because that Ethereals was probably one of the better received power creeps of all the themes that were there. Other things are kind of crap. I think Soul Shards was really nice. Soul Shards, the Angelic Crucible stuff was actually really good too as well. A lot of people like that. fourth cube slot. It's also very popular amongst some classes, I'll say. Ow. Yeah. The gym? You mean the soul shards? Yeah, at least I can actually put a gym in here now. Yeah, I'm actually dropping some stuff now. Shadow. Okay, so 2 pieces possible now. I think I have the knife. I think the knife series probably still better. Actually, no, not really. We'll see. Actually, it is. Yeah, I mean, so you like the grind seasons, right? Like the seasons where you have to find the item per se, and continue to grind. Those are my favorite seasons too, by the way. I don't dislike the others as much. I never really care for the environmental theme ones, but those are kind of cheap. But there were decent seasons. I think they actually consolidated a few seasons too, like the Triune Circles has now been consolidated into part of the Altar now. So like Altar of Rice was a season as well. That's now permanent in the game. So like there are some seasons that got consolidated into the base game now. Spinners. Ow. Behind my port. I do. Okay. That charge actually hurts. At least at my gear level at the moment, it hurts so much. I'm just getting mauled at the moment. I can't really do anything. Run. Run. The clutch vault. One down. Probably the most annoying of them all. In a small corridor. A ring out of that. Ah, so slowed. I couldn't dodge the last one. Okay, so one's a focus. Shadow Pain. Eat it, but we'll take. That was rough. It's actually not a bad roll focus at all.
I am returning to town.
You know, DH is squishy. Why am I not using diamonds? I doubt that would have mattered then. Like diamonds this early, especially with me trying to zerg for gear, that wouldn't matter. That legit would not matter right now. Yeah, my gear is trash. I was just saying now throughout the stream. All right. Yeah, and put that there at least. We'll put that there. Let's try something. See if I can get lucky. Do I have the mats for it? Dude, can I get a car last point? Nope. This is the third time I got the fan. All right. See if my quiver, I guess. See what this feels like. Yeah. Slumming the T2 for ages, yeah. Yeah, I hate gnats, man. And but that's if I had like a car last point down. I can probably go to T, probably like T16. I'd be like super glassy, but I'd be able to one-shot things. So I'd be able to at least farm the stuff I want to farm for. Sit back. I think I'll try to up this like maybe T10 or something for this. Prophet, what's going on? Didn't ask until full god, and then quality they changed drastically, of course. Really, though, Carla's point would have felt so much better with this.
I am returning to town.
Just give me surrogate like a DP to show it. Oh man. 21. Let's try to up this up to like, I don't know, 10, probably pushing it, but what up, Jaeger? I just can't get hit because I'm gonna die. Tragic death. I like that. Oof. Let me get out this corner.
You must heal. I wish I could.
Oh, Corpse Razor. Okay, that's a one shot. I'm not getting out of this area alive. Let me vault away. Can I vault away? Okay. Alright, so I guess T10 was too ambitious, maybe. At least for some mob types, it seems like. Although, I only need 4 more death breaths, so if I can get a couple of elite kills, I'll leave. Leave me alone. Ow. Okay. So 1 death breath. Chest armor. Alright, 2 death breaths. A spy trap weapon. So I need 1 more death breath. Alright, cool. Grab these 2. If I die, I'll just go back to town. I guess my Phantoms is still kind of strong enough for to do something. I don't have any other damage reduction other than Wraps of Clarity though, and that's primarily the issue here. Just make sure the blacksmith. He's just trying to make sure the blacksmith stays in business with those repairs. I mean, you're not wrong. Yeah, I'm not gonna finish this thing in any reasonable amount of time, so we'll just leave. Can I actually get lucky enough to actually get a Carlisle's point? I got the fan 3 times. I've already had it once. Come on. Gee, what? Are you serious? Fan again? This is my 4th fan that I crafted. Game hates me. Alright. Of course I'm gonna get another fan. So we'll go to 8. Has to die, aren't you? I know, right? Freaking wasting stuff on something I'm never gonna use again, really. But I need it for now, so I can help. You know, I can level up or whatever. But the game's like, no.
Be shy. What? I cannot afford that. I had that thing.
Got another shadow pant. Thanks. You know what? I don't have enough death breaths for it though, because I just used it. Reverse set item. Yeah, I guess maybe I can get a 4th. But I don't have enough death breaths for it. Oh man. Alright. This is not what I wanted to fight. Yeah. Alright. Oh, I heard a gob somewhere. Miss you playing D3. Haven't even done anything cool yet. Nowhere. Yeah, these trash goblins. Round it through yet? Of course not. I don't know how bad my RNG was. I mean, my RNG in terms of getting to getting to Blizzard headquarters this weekend was like the worst. Out of all the flights, out of all the people, all the content creators that got flown in, mine was the only flight that had engine issues, and I had to sit there and catch another flight the next day. I'm the only one, of course. Tell you. I'm telling you, that's just my RNG, man. Y'all know how this is. I need to make peace with the RNG guys. I don't know, man. We've been at odds for a while now, man. For a very long time. Remember AD4 season you started and got left way behind? Yeah, dude. That was season 1, I think it was. Yeah, because it was the freaking hearts. I was having such bad RNG getting the heart I wanted. I mean, just getting it, not even like a good version, but just getting it. Alright. How many depth bursts? Give me 19. Okay. So we'll gamble pants still, so we can Marauder pants. Okay. Got 2-piece Marauder. Yeah, the grind hasn't started yet. Nice. I can get to that point. Yeah, I might hold on to that for a different reason. gems in the stash. Yep. Okay, so I need 6 more death breaths to try again for our last point so I can go higher. Although I'm gonna like, get like 1 shot all the time, but you know, still.
I need more hatred to do that. Not enough hatred.
4 more death breaths.
I must heal. I'm injured. I wish I could do that. I feel better now. I am too low.
Trying to get some usable mats here while I'm at it. Two more death breaths, I think. 2 more. Can I pre-level my guns? Nah. Feels like something good players would do. What? That was a beautiful setup.
I wish I could do that.
Okay, so
Better now.
let me go, let me go. Okay. I was like, let me please. Let me leave, please. Okay. Hey, got 6 pants. Exciting. Okay. Try this again. Dagger. Can we actually get a cry last point? Get it, y'all. Can we get it? Come on. It's a fan again. Oh my god. I mean, it's better, but it's still a fan again. That's my 6th fan in a row from upgrading. You want me to level up a little bit? You can't. It's solo self-found. Got a fan 6 times, y'all. It's that die RNG right there, man. So bad.
My strength is back.
Okay. P.
I need to go back.
I'll try to get the full set. I hate Nats. It's so freaking clunky. At the mission, it would have taken me forever to try to get the full set too. So considering that I didn't get anything good leveling up, so at this point I might as well just go for what I want, which is Guy 6 at the moment. What to do? Just gamble again. So
Shall we?
gloves.
We cannot afford that. I didn't even know I had that thing.
Yeah, like I said, if I can get Carlisle's point, I'll be able to jump several more tiers, and then I can just kind of farm a bit faster for what I want. But I freaking got the freaking fan 6 times. Like what? Like, how does that even happen? I'll be right back for a second. Let me take a little break. This is no lead to Brooklyn. Yo, I haven't heard Bronny do like anything. I heard people have been like tearing Bronny a new one in terms of like YouTubers or whatever. Was it like the Lakers versus Heat or whatever? Like he did like he was absolutely horrendous in that. The bitch.
Your fear betrays you. Not enough discipline.
Shock him sword. Bronny is the best 55th pick in the NBA history. Bro, I just stood there and took that.
I wish I could.
Come on, Carl, last point. So I can actually like farm fast. That's a two-piece guy. Actually wouldn't be too bad either. Hey, that sounds good. Goblin pack. No, what? The shock tower killed me. Come on, don't die, don't die. Get some of these, get some of these kills. Well, I killed a lot of goblins over there. All like right in that corner. Where you going? No, don't leave me. Okay, that was a good haul right there. That was good. Still no ethereal, but did get some stuff. Mats, materials. Oh, UE home. Okay, what we got? Bracers. You going to Vegas? All right, Machine, you have fun out there, man. Darth the
dark
Raid.
side. We
What?
just got raided, son.
GM Raid.
You know how we do. Drop my new beat for
Yeah, I
these
know
new
what it
viewers.
is.
Sheezy.
Out. DM, what is happening,
Darth
man?
Microtransaction raided my
Yeah.
stream with 337 views.
I just started D3 today, so I'm definitely a bit behind. Quite a bit behind, actually. So, and DM with the 5 gifted subs. Appreciate you, man. Actually, what were you? What were you playing before this? Let's see. Get your shout out there. Also need to get you a VIP tag since that definitely needs to be there. Oh, you were doing just chatting. Okay. Gotcha. Okay, well, appreciate you. All the follows, appreciate you. All the as well. We're day 1 of D3 for me. This is kind of where it all started for me. So, trying to enjoy a little bit of this, but my luck has been very bad leveling, and at level 70 it's been atrocious. So we haven't really been getting too far. Right now, I'm just trying to get a Carla's point so I can farm a bit faster with this 2-piece and that shadows that I have right now. But unfortunately, I crafted a Grindstone fan 6 times in a row, so I've yet to see a Carla's point. But that is my RNG in a nutshell. So anyhow, welcome aboard. Let's see. All this I don't need.
Anything could happen.
Gonna emerald there. Okay, so nothing there.
Fate smiles
We will try for, let's see, try again. Oh, Cell's there too. Wait, Cell's not here. You shut up, Cell. Get this for. That's awesome, Mitchell. Thank you. Let's see. Great item. Yo, again. So this is the 7th Greenstone fan I crafted. All right, so It's a 50-50 chance to craft it. That's the thing. It's a 50-50 chance to get either Carlisle's point or a Grimstone's fan. So the fact that I got a Grimstone fan 7 times in a row is some insane. 8 times in a row. The game does not want me to get the Carlisle's point. Bro, I'm like stuck in like T8 farming, man. I'm never gonna get what I what I need at this rate. I don't know how can I have this bad of luck? I swear. Yeah, I don't know, man. Like I don't know. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to do. Like the game is just like, nah, bro. You just. You should never get it. As it says when you're logged in. I mean, I know my luck is usually pretty bad, but man, like 8 times in a row, 8 fans, for real. So much for the 50-50 chance, man. Oof, that hurt. Cascade, what's going on? That's a name I have not seen in some months, man. How you been? New season? Yeah, new season. In which my RNG couldn't be any worse than it normally is. Bro, how do I craft 8 Grimstone or Greenstone fans in a row? 8. Not even like 1 Carlisle's point, which I'm trying to get now so I can kind of, speed farm a little better for, more pieces of gear and stuff. But no, 8 freaking times in a row. And that's not like a big deal, but like when you don't have stuff, when you don't have anything else, and so you're kind of counting on that, sucks. Am I doing? So I think it's been a while since you've seen me. I've actually had a double hernia surgery about 3 months ago in which my recovery isn't really doing too well. So I'm having to go back and try to figure out what's going on with that. That's pretty much the biggest thing that's kind of happening at the moment. But other than that, content creation has been pretty nice, pretty good. Let's put this here. At least we got a 4-piece shadow now. Shadow here. Shadow power. And we got some DR now. Which theme is on rotation this time? Ethereals. So, like, a good theme. Like a really good theme. You think season 5 is gonna be alright? Yeah, it will be. It'll be fine. The PTR was definitely really worrisome, but the season 5 will be fine. Eek, that hurt. How's power creep doing? Well, I mean, we do have the altar now as a permanent feature, so altar arrays or whatever is permanent. So because of that, every season is a massive power creep naturally. So that plus ethereals, and you got some, you know, hella broken stuff as you would expect. Even more gloom, all this really hurts still. You need to go to higher difficulty. I'm trying. I'm trying. I just don't have the deeps nor especially the defense for it. If I can get the freaking Carlisle's point that rolled Grimstone like the past 8 times, I would have gone to higher difficulty. Aw, what? Miss. Two legendaries. Another Shadow Helm. A bit of for I'm looking forward to the season is Impale strongest. Well, you remember that Impale doesn't have an ethereal, so kind of can't really play. I'm assuming you can play Impale, but you can't really. You can, but you can't. So Impale doesn't really get to use the seasonal thing.
Such a brave soul. Do come back again. My pack is full.
Stone gauntlets.
Fortune favors the bold. I didn't even know I had that thing.
I sure got UE gloves. Care about that. Ever tried to upgrade Yellow Dragon to Legendary? So when I said I crafted 8 greenstone fans in a row, that's what I meant. Meaning that's upgrading the rare into a legendary. That's what that process is. Yeah. So obviously death breaths are rare, so every time I got enough death breaths I tried. And I got greenstone fan 8 times in the freaking row. Yeah. Which sucks, but it is what it is. Yeah, man. So pretty slow start to day 1 for me in the season, but hopefully once we get going, we'll cruise, I guess, at some point. I do need to get off in a few minutes though, so this might be my last-ish run-ish. Without breaking NDA is a new class closer to Wish Chapter 1 from D3. That's NDA, so that's telling you things about the class that I can't tell you. I will say this though, the class is nothing like any other class there are no real comparisons. That I can tell you. I gotta have enough death breaths after this run again. Actually, I might, because I got the resource god. Gonna give me decent amount. The season starting on a Thursday or a Wednesday for you? What do you mean? You mean like season 5, or you mean like this current season? Season 5, I think most seasons start on like a Tuesday in D4. And of course in D3 it's every Friday. Fridays. In his first day season? No, it's not. No. I was in California this weekend, so I couldn't play at all. I was testing the Spiritborn expansion, before expansion. Yeah, I'm way behind. So there's no going for rank 1 worlds this season. Not happening. I got legendary potion finally. Oh, right in my face. How was the showcase hype for the expansion? Well, we didn't. So the build that we played was very Spiritborn based, so we didn't get a chance to look at all the other expansion stuff other than the area, the new area, and the Spiritborn class itself. So we didn't get a chance to look at like a bunch of things outside of that. Spiritborn is well worth the expansion by itself from what we played, which we didn't play much of the expansion at all, just more so the Spiritborn class and the new area. But that alone is well worth the buy. The class is so well designed; it's actually insane. So I'm actually excited to see what they do, not with that further with the class, but also what they have in store for hopefully the vanilla classes. Because let's hope they take that philosophy and like go back and refresh all the other classes to be as awesome as a Spiritborn in terms of design is concerned. So guess we'll kind of wait and see how that plays out. Interesting new area. It's really well. It looks really cool. I'll put it that way. But I'm not like I've never been concerned about the art team because the art team is always I'm 1 DB short. Are you serious? Seriously, bro? 1. But I've never been concerned about the art team. The art team has always been good. So I'm not surprised that the new zone actually looks fantastic. How much D3 you plan on playing before going back to D4? I don't know. D4's new season starts on August 8th, so maybe a couple of weeks. Maybe that August depends on what how my RNG looks like in this game. If it's just too bad, like if it's just taking me way too long to actually get the, started or whatever, then yeah. Finally a Carlisle's point. Dude, you know how long this took me? You know how freaking long it took for me to get this thing? Man. Alright. Well, I think I'm gonna cube this, I think. Oh, I guess I can't because I don't have any death breaths. So looks like I have to wear it. Oh man, you know how freaking long that took? It's a turbo roll, but it's like way better than anything I ever had. Alright, so let's jump to T16 and see if I can actually like clear, if I can kill them before they kill me type situation. Isn't it kind of messed up that they let you play a new class and you can't talk about it? No, not really. I mean, if they don't do NDAs, then how can they bring people to test early so therefore they can make changes or have good feedback without like literally everyone, us giving out details that they don't want us to know yet? People complain that the stuff doesn't get tested, and then when they do an NDA to try to do, get test stuff in, then it's like, well, how come you can't tell us, right? No, like I'm okay with that. Okay, so maybe not T16 ready yet. But this T13 maybe. Just got mauled. Oof. I probably should pop my shadow power, shouldn't I? Bro, I didn't even put a dent with my whatchamacallit, my Phantom Knives. Alright, so we need to go down a bit more. So E10. Surprised my impale isn't hitting harder than that. I mean, 357% is actually quite large. So I'm surprisingly Okay, it's T10. I didn't think it was that big of a difference. All right, so I guess T10 is doable. I guess farming stuff. I was hoping a bit more, a bit better, but. Was she DPS in my 172? Okay.
I am well again.
Surprised that the T8 to T10 is such a huge difference, actually. Also, the Carla's point is pretty bad though, like, in terms of like the role is actually pretty non-ancient. They being non-ancient too as well, so there is that. But man. Alright, let me see how many death breaths I got. 5. Okay, just enough. Let's go back to nutrition. So now we can extract the legendary power. There, put the better weapon here, I guess. See how that feels. Just switching on the weapon made a big difference, actually. In the DPS, that is. Yeah, the difference in the daggers pretty big. Did I love running visions? I did do a couple of visions, yeah. But I mean, when I did season 24 the first time, I actually got an ethereal while leveling up, and there were no visions. I just chalk it up to just bad RNG, like I typically tend to have. Two Nats cloaks, really? Stuff. Can you tell me about the food on your trip to Blizzard? I mean, I didn't really try anything too crazy. I mean, I went to Wood Ranch. It's kind of really it. Most of the stuff was kind of provided for us, like catered for us. Yeah, like kind of like a build your own taco bar kind of thing, which really wasn't my thing, but I did eat the meat, I guess. Yeah, I mean, most stuff was provided for us. Food not under NDA now? Nope. Wait, what kind of mobs are these? Those look like a different mob type in general. But these legendaries and not a single useful one. I keep getting gloves on Yui. I guess I can like change them out for a different whatchamacallit. All right. I got another nice series. Oh, I actually got a Luciferin. That's actually going to help a lot. For now. I called Blizzard before you got there, let them know how much you loved yeah, I was definitely not a fan. To say the least. Obviously you guys know, but man, but I mean, I enjoyed the stuff that we got nonetheless. I'll put it that way. It's actually a good one. I want to like, is that there? Yeah, so I can farm T10, which is, I guess, way better than where I started. Jeez, man. It has been rough. It's terrible too as well. Alright, then let's gamble.
Such a brave soul. I cannot afford that. I didn't even know I had that thing.
Ash. Alright. Maybe tomorrow will go better. And maybe we kind of got out, you know, most of the really bad RNG out the way. We'll get a little bit further tomorrow. But I do need to go take off though. Let's see. Who to go to, I guess, now in the D3 category. Who's that? Appreciate the follow. You have to bounce again. All right, man. You have a good one. Nice seeing you around, man. You figured they'd let you hook him up with his Heartseeker boosting them around. And Borlo with the sub. 15 months. Wario. Okay, gotcha. Oh, yeah, Wario is on. They call him Mr. Pixel. Jeez, he has what? 3,500 Paragon already. Guess I'm not surprised. Yeah. I didn't get a full 6-piece set yet. Early streams against the summer. No, it's not that. It's just I decided to try to capture a bigger net, because I know that the European audience can't really get to watch me unless I'm streaming super late when they get up in the morning. So I haven't been able to work anyway because I'm still in recovery. I can't, like, I literally can't do much. I can't stand for more than like 3 to 5 minutes or whatever. I can sit mostly, but depending on like what I'm sitting on. So like my computer chair with the stuff actually works quite well. But outside of that, if I'm sitting on any like most other chairs, like 10 minutes and I'm like dying. So yeah, I just been out of work. I can't even do anything. But yes, I'm gonna start trying to do like 6 o'clock PM streams for the most part. So appreciate y'all. Enjoy some Wario. We will definitely talk about some D4 tomorrow, obviously, because, you know, Spiritborn, you know, stream, and I can actually talk about it tomorrow after the stream and show you some of my own gameplay and stuff. So that would be kind of cool. And after that, we'll play some more D3 because I'm probably not gonna want to do too much on D4 past that point because I do kind of want to play some D3. So anyhow, enjoy Wario. See you tomorrow, and as always, till next time.